Good? Okay. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our community members, our visitors, our guests, our local media, Ruby. This is our final meeting for 2019. So thank you all for joining us today, and I'll take this opportunity on behalf of Council and the Councillors to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and all the best for 2020. For anyone joining us for the first time, please understand that this is an open meeting of Council for the public to observe Council in the decision-making process. Before we begin, can we all just check to make sure that our mobile phones and our devices are on silent so as not to interrupt the meeting? So thank you. Oh dear. It's a requirement that I state that Kempsey Shire Council's Code of Meeting Practice includes live streaming. I need to inform all present that your attendance at this meeting is taken as consent to the possibility that your image and or voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public via live stream. And also be aware, according to Council's Code of Meeting Practice in regard to audio or any visual recordings of the meeting, prior permission must be sought before the meeting, and the decision to allow must be a unanimous decision of Council. For people in the gallery that want to follow the agenda and the recommendations before Council, they are placed on the screens. For today, we have our auditor, Geoff Dwyer, Council's external auditor, to present our annual financial statements. So welcome, Geoff. Our auditor's presentation will be followed by the Mayoral Community Fund recipient presentations. The community groups have been invited to just give a brief overview of the projects that have benefited from the fund. We have 8 this morning. So we'll be welcoming David Munday, the Principal of Kempsey West Public School, Wayne Mason from Nambucca-Macleay Defence Families Information Services, Robin Norton, the President of the Rotary Club of Kempsey West, Terry Witchard from the Macleay Valley Country Education Fund, Julio Garcia, Macleay Valley Mountain Bikers, Rhiannon from the Kempsey District Silver Band, Hayley Hoskins from Baylins Gifts, and Lisa Powlesland from Kempsey Showground. So we look forward to hearing from them shortly. The intention is that at item number 6, councillors, we will suspend standing orders to take the presentations, and that should lead us nicely into morning tea, so everyone can then join us for morning tea. So welcome councillors, the General Manager, Director Fish, Director Mitchell, any staff that are in the chambers this morning, and welcome to our viewing public to our December ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council. We will begin the meeting at item number 1, which is our opening prayer. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberation today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of the Kempsey Shire. Amen. And we acknowledge of country, and Council acknowledges that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Dunghutti people. Item number 3 is apologies and applications for leave of absence by councillors. There is no apologies this morning.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to apologise for not being at the briefing yesterday. I wanted to be there, but I had a family situation arise, but I still managed to get to the function at Gladstone at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor?
If it's okay, Madam Mayor, I'll be absent just for probably an hour within the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Item number 4 is confirmation of minutes. Thank you, Councillor. It's been moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, I have amendment. Thank you.
The amendment to the minutes is?
In the 9.3 community engagement strategy,
Point of order, Madam Mayor, don't we have in our code of meeting practice that any changes to the minutes have to be put in, however many days before the meeting?
Oh. Would you like to?
There is in our code, through you, Madam Mayor, there is in our code of meeting practice where we request that, but it still doesn't prevent councillors on the floor actually making amendments as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, yes. Now I was moving this because I only discovered this watching the exciting public forum last night, and also went and looked back at the meeting YouTube, and it's quite informative. So my amendment is 9.3 Community Engagement Strategy. A point of order was moved by Councillor Horville that Councillor McGinn was making a second speech to her amendment. The Chair ruled it out of order as she was asking a question. No question was asked by Councillor McGinn. That's my amendment.
Do I have a seconder to that amendment? It's been seconded by Councillor Morris.
Could I speak to the motion amendment, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, I was hopeful that Councillor McGinn was asking a question, and I listened attentively to her talk, and there doesn't seem to have been a question arising, so I moved a point of order. And your ruling was that there was no point of order because she was asking a question, but subsequently Councillor McGinn finished speaking and did not ask anyone a question. So I would like that recorded that that occurred, Madam Mayor.
And Councillor, you didn't think to move a motion of dissent? You had that opportunity?
But as I just said, Madam Mayor, I was hoping that a question would arise after your ruling.
And after there wasn't a question,
there
you
was no
still
question.
didn't move a motion of dissent?
Well, I can't move a motion of dissent unless I move it when you make your ruling. And Councillor McGinn continued speaking for another minute on her amendment.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? I put the amendment, all in favour of the amendment, all against the amendment. The amendment has been lost. Thank you, Councillor. I put the motion, all in favour of the motion. The motion has been carried. Thank you. Any disclosure of interest? I have two. You got any disclosure of interest? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. General Manager?
Through Madam Mayor, declare an interest in 7.1 as it relates to my performance review. It's a pecuniary significant interest and I'll leave the room.
Councillor Morris?
9.2 in this non-pecuniary non-significant interest, and 9.2 in the fact that I live within 5 kilometres of the airport, and I also have relatives that live within that distance.
Councillor Horville?
Madam Mayor, I declare that I have a non-pecuniary non-significant interest in 9.2 as I live within 5 kilometres of the airport. Madam Mayor, quick question. Are we supposed to still fill out a declaration form?
Yes, you are.
Because I don't have any available, so I'll do it later. Thank you.
We're up to item number 6, which is the items passed by exception. Thank you. Do I have questions? Councillor Williams.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to take out 8.1.
Madam Mayor,
Saul?
thank you. I wish to withdraw 9.5.
Councillor Horville.
Madam Mayor, could I take out 7.2, 9.6, 11.1, 2 and 3?
Do I have any questions? Remembering, councillors, that taking them out is you only change the recommendations.
I don't think that's the actual ruling, Madam Mayor.
No, not for the confidentials. But if there's just questions, they can be asked now.
Yeah, but you can oppose the motion as well. That's what, if you can withdraw
Yes,
it if you
you
want
can.
to oppose it, yes.
Yes, you can.
Not just questions.
So the items by exception are 9.7, 9.8 and 11.4. We have a mover, we have a Seconder. Who moved it? Councillor McGinn. Seconded by Councillor Shields. All in favour? It's been carried. Thank you.
You can't vote against it anyway. We shouldn't really have a vote on it because if you're going to vote against it, you should be withdrawing.
That's correct. Thank you. So we're now up to item number 7, but I'm going to suspend standing orders now so that we can take our presentations, which should lead us up into morning tea. So if Mr. Dwyer would come forward, we'll now have our auditor's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to present today. I'll start my presentation by providing Councillors with a brief understanding of what the Audit Office have been doing in the local government sector, and then present an overview on Kempsey Shire Council's report on the conduct of the audit. So, the Audit Office tabled their second report to Parliament in February this year on local government relating to the 2017-18 audits. That report was a challenging one as it consolidated the results of 127 local councils and 12 county councils, all of which are unique. They focused in their report on providing insights in relation to financial reporting, sustainability, asset management, governance and IT, as you can see. They also released a data visualisation tool for the sector which enabled councils to assess and benchmark their performance against other councils across the state. I guess one development that I would bring to your attention in that regard is that the Minister for Local Government through the OLG released the Your Council website in September this year. So that has been set up to enable councils to compare and benchmark council information as well. So the use of or the need for a data visualisation tool from the Audit Office has probably been eliminated going forward. So in terms of areas of focus for the next report to Parliament, so in March 2020 the Auditor General will table that report, and as I've set out here, a number of areas of focus with the idea of providing findings and insights to assist councils in moving forward in those particular areas to achieve best practice. The Auditor General's mandate also includes performing performance audits. So there were 3 performance audits tabled in the 2019 year, and all of those audits, and I've set them out there, workforce reform in the 3 amalgamated councils, DWM in Campbelltown and Fairfield, and development assessment, pre-lodgement and lodgement in Camden and Randwick City Council. So each of those performance audits were very much targeted on specific auditees, if you like, so specific councils. Going forward, it will be the case that performance audits will be more sector-wide, and in that regard, the Audit Office released their annual work plan in August of this year, and you can see that there are 3 scheduled performance audits up until 30 June 2020, credit card management, developer contributions and VPA, and the management of procurement. Post 30 June 2020 there are also 3 audits that are planned, as I set out there. I'd also just bring to Council's attention that there may also be interest in audits that have been performed at the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, a couple particularly, Waste Service Levy and Planning for Waste Infrastructure, and also Government's response to flammable cladding risk. If councils or management have suggestions in relation to performance audits, the Audit Office is certainly very willing to take on any feedback, and that can be provided via their website. So, moving on then to the report on the conduct of the audit for Kempsey Shire Council's 2019 audit, and obviously we've completed our audit, and I'm pleased to report to you today that we've issued clean opinions on Council's financial statements for the 2018-19 year, which means those financial statements, in our opinion, contain no material misstatements and present fairly Council's position and performance for the year. Councillors would also be aware that as part of the audit process, Council's Audit and Risk Committee have reviewed the financial statements, and they've also reviewed the results of the audit and have recommended the financial statements to Council. So, Council's income statement for the year. You can see here that Council's operating result, the second bottom line item for the year, after depreciation of $26.4 million, was a deficit of $2.3 million. That was significantly lower, 72 million lower, and I'll just briefly provide you with an understanding of that. And there's one fundamental contributing factor to that movement in result from this year to last year, and it relates to the dedication of the old Pacific Highway to Council in the 2017-18 year. So grants and contributions provided for capital purposes decreased by $62.6 million, and I said largely that was a result of Council having that one-off capital contribution, non-cash capital contribution last year. Also, Council received last year a $4.6 million cash contribution for future and ongoing maintenance of those sections of the Pacific Highway that were dedicated, and obviously that didn't reoccur this year. Some other movements in Council's income and expenditure that are relevant to explaining the position. Employee benefits and on-costs increased by $2.3 million during the year, and also the net losses from disposal of assets increased by $2.7 million. Partly offsetting some of those increases in expenses and decreases in revenue were an increase in rates and annual charges of $2.1 million. Council had an approved special general rate increase of 6.5% for the 2018-19 year. So moving on to Council's balance sheet, and I'll just focus on the cash and investments position. At 30 June 2019, Council had $53.2 million of cash and investments. You see that an increase of $3.1 million on the same time in 2018. Externally restricted cash, the main movement upwards of $4.6 million. Council had an increase of $3.7 million in developer contributions, which is the major driver of that increase in externally restricted cash. Internally restricted cash was $1.5 million higher, and there was a decrease of $3 million in unrestricted funds at the end of June 2019. I'll move on to the performance ratios. So these performance ratios are audited, the ones I'm going to talk to, and are reported in Note 22 of Council's General Purpose Financial Statements. There's 6 ratios there. I've highlighted in red the only ratio that where Council was below the industry benchmark set by the OLG, the Operating Performance Ratio. I'll move on to talking through each of these briefly. There are also a number of important infrastructure asset performance ratios or indicators shown in Council's unaudited special schedules. I haven't mentioned those or won't be talking to them because they are unaudited, but they're still significant in looking at Council's overall position. So the operating performance ratio, which is the one I indicated that Council hadn't satisfied. So the operating performance ratio measures how well Council contains its operating expenditure within the constraints of operating revenue. And what you can see from here is that Council's ratio was negative 6.29, so the benchmark is break even or above zero. I mentioned earlier that Council's operating result before capital items had reduced. I guess the significant movements, as I indicated, were a reduction in operating grants and contributions of $6.7 million. So I mentioned that there was a decrease or a one-off contribution from the RMS for ongoing maintenance of the old Pacific Highway last year. There was also a reduction in roads to recovery funding, which contributed to operating grants reducing. Also in the expense area, an increase in employee benefits and on-costs of $2.3 million, and Council's depreciation expense $1.5 million higher than last year as well. The next one, the own source operating revenue ratio. So council has achieved a ratio of 72% this year, which is above the 60% benchmark. Last year's ratio was significantly impacted by those one-off contributions from the RMS for the Old Pacific Highway. It's certainly the long-run trend for council to be achieving that ratio, with last year being a one-off. The unrestricted current ratio, so this is a measure of council's ability to meet its short-term obligations as they fall due. And you can see that council's maintained a relatively steady ratio above the 1.5 benchmark over the last 3 years. The ratio for this year is 2.61, which means council has $2.61 in liquid current assets for every dollar in current liabilities that are held at June 19. The debt service ratio, so a measure of council's ability to meet its debt servicing obligations. Council's ratio is 3.63 this year, so slight or a reduction from the prior year as the denominator in this calculation is council's operating results, or operating revenue, sorry. So it has moved down a little, whilst debt obligations are relatively line ball. I would note in relation to this ratio that Water Fund was the only fund that didn't achieve. It was at 1.94, so slightly below the 2 benchmark. Rates and annual charges outstanding percentage, so a measure of council's debt collection processes and their ability to achieve debt collection. The ratio here is 6.06. This is the only ratio where you want to be below the benchmark, so below the 10% benchmark for regional rural councils, and council has maintained a declining ratio, slightly declining each year over the last 3 years. And the final ratio that's included in council's audited financial statements is the cash expense cover ratio, which is a measure of council's liquidity. The benchmark here is set at 3 months, and you can see that council continues to be well above that benchmark, meaning that council's been able to increase its cash reserves and maintain expenditure levels over that time. So that ends my brief presentation on council's financial statements and the report on the conduct of the audit. Before I take any questions, I'd just like to thank management, particularly the finance team, for the efforts that they put into preparing for the audit process each year. It's much appreciated, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Horval, so we would start with Councillor Horval and then Councillor Saul.
Thank you very much. The impact of the Macleay Valley Way, or Old Pacific Highway, being given to council as a regional road has had a negative effect on council's position. What would the effect be if the government's promise to make all regional roads part of the state, we would have to hand it back? Would that have a positive effect on the bottom line of our assets, and how would that look on our audited report if that happened?
So in terms of the impact, I was highlighting that last year was, if you like, positively impacted in terms of the surplus, because those assets become under the control of council and they're considered to be effectively a non-cash revenue item when they're dedicated. So I wouldn't say particularly that that's negative that has happened. Obviously it happened in 1 year and hasn't recurred. The ongoing impact on the financial statements is the depreciation of those assets and the ongoing maintenance. So council received a lump sum cash contribution as well for ongoing maintenance. It is revenue, or was recorded as revenue in the year of receipt, so it doesn't then become revenue in other years as works may be performed. So I couldn't give you an exact understanding of that, but that is, you know, at a high level how that works, and so you've got ongoing maintenance, ongoing depreciation expense hitting your bottom line. If those assets were, if you like, dedicated back to the state government, then they would have to come out of your balance sheet, and they would come out through some sort of a non-cash expense. That's how they're recorded as a non-cash income coming in. That'd be a non-cash expense going out.
And that would be a good thing for council finances? No, it would be a negative effect on our council?
Well, it would look bad if you looked at the bottom line in the year that it happened, but if you're asking me whether that's a good thing for the council generally, I don't know that I can answer that, but obviously at the moment, whilst you control them, you're depreciating them, and so that depreciation expense every year hits your depreciation line item and hits your bottom line, and maintenance hits your materials and contracts expense and impacts your bottom line.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, just a question. I think you said earlier that you're happy with the level of cash reserves we have. Is that correct?
I wouldn't form an opinion on the level of your cash reserves, but what I can say is that they increased from last year. So obviously, the great majority of that cash reserve is externally restricted funds. So there might be developer contributions, unexpended grants, even your water and sewer cash sits as being a externally restricted amount in the general purpose financial statements. And then if I go back to the slide that had, there we go. So yes, so it's $37.4 million is the level of externally restricted cash, so unavailable for general fund to do what it likes with it. The internal restrictions are those funds that are restricted by resolution of council, and then the $500,000 is the unrestricted funds at the end of the day. So we've obviously provided in here and audited the unrestricted current ratio. So cash and the level of internally and unrestricted cash is significant to this ratio, one that you're meeting the industry benchmark in. But really, in terms of the level of cash reserves, that is a matter for council to determine what it reserves. So one of the things that would be included in there would be a reserve for employee leave entitlements. So that is something that's set by council in terms of what level of reserve there should be.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, a second question, if I may.
Councillor.
In the past, you used to have a cross-section of other councils. How are we doing in comparison to our neighbours? Can you tell me that?
I haven't. Yeah, that is something that we used to do, and I guess since the data visualisation tool that I mentioned earlier has been released as part of the audit officer's reports, we haven't gone to that level of detail in our report, and to some extent it can be misleading without the background to what's happening in another council. But that data visualisation tool was set up specifically so that through their website you could just click on another council, your adjoining council, and see exactly what they were up to.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question, I don't know if you'll be able to answer it for me, but a few years ago our council was deemed not fit for the future. Do you think the current trend that we have financially, we're heading in the right direction?
That fit for the future assessment included some of the performance indicators that I mentioned that were in your special schedules.
Yep.
So a lot around your infrastructure backlog, whether you were spending as much on renewals as infrastructure was depreciating. So it's very difficult in 1 year to look at the ratios and say we met them. It's really long-term trends. So obviously your operating performance ratio moved, if you like, unfavourably this year. Some of the other ratios have improved. What I would say is I don't think I could look at it, or anyone can look at it in any 1 year and give you that opinion. If the long-term financial plan is the driver of whether you're heading in the right direction. So that's where I would be focused.
Thank you.
There's no more questions. So thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for coming and talking to us and giving us that report. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Geoff. So now we'll move on to our presentations from our Mayoral Community Fund. I've noticed that most of the people from the Community Fund weren't here when we had our opening remarks. So I will need to just repeat the requirement that I need to have to restate that Kempsey Shire Council's Code of Meeting Practice includes live streaming. So I need to inform all present, and that will be the presenters, at the meeting that consent is taken that the possibility that your image and or voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public via live stream. So the first person we have to talk to us this morning and present their project is David Munday. David is the principal of Kempsey West Public School, and their funds were for a yarning circle.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, Council, General Manager, guests and visitors. Yeah, great pleasure to come up and talk to you about this today. Can I just give a bit of context, Madam Mayor, to the grant, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm the principal at West Kempsey Public School, and Mindblank Public School, as most of you will be aware, was closed. It was put into recess for 18 months and it was closed to be sold by the Department of Education. Our school made an application to keep the school, to keep the campus open, not reopen the school, but to keep the facility available for use by the Macleay public schools, the community, our local community of public schools. That was taken forward to the Minister, was supported by our member Pavey at the time as well. We were given access to the site for the period to the end of 2020. So we've been using the site as an outreach program for a number of our students. And part of that process is we had to align specific programs to the actual outcome that we could meet by using the site. A lot of things, as you'd appreciate in the business that you do, it's hard to make a direct correlation to an improvement in results and the actual project that you're running. So we had to be really specific about what we do. We have two main programs that we run up there. One is called Links to Learning, and it's specifically targeted at stage 2, year 3 and 4 students that are about, sort of in the age range 8 to 10, and looking at the way we give them a really explicit experience with their vocabulary. And we take a lot of measurements around their vocab and around their writing and do that. And with that program so far, we've been able to really achieve some success. We've got real improvement in our NAPLAN results with our Year 3 students and across the board in our range of school assessment measures. The second program that we run up there is called Resilience Rescue, and it's targeted at taking a measurement of the kids that we take up there, how they perform against the Australian curriculum area in social and emotional well-being and what they do. And we take groups of boys in particular up there from that stage 3 area, aged 11 to 12, and undertake a range of activities that you either can't do on a school setting or that are difficult to do on a school setting. We involve them in things like mountain biking, archery. Because we've got an outdoor classroom out there, we've been doing some leather work, some pottery work, just a whole range of different experiences based around increasing the language of cooperation that they use, the way that they speak to each other, and the way that they moderate their behaviour in different settings. And so that's been as successful, but a lot harder to measure, but just because of that notion of in that social and emotional measurement are not as clear-cut as some of the other testing and some of the other assessment that we take. So your grant was provided to us to complete up there a yarning circle incorporating a fire pit, and it's unfortunately it's a work in progress. We've completed the additional the initial earthworks to get the setting made up. We're aiming for sort of an amphitheatre style section. We're hoping that as we progress with the use of the site, that we'd have overnight camps up there. We've trialled one with our partnership with Clontarf, the academy at Kempsey High School. They undertook a Year 8 boys camp earlier in the year, and then we've just had difficulties with operating within my department's guidelines because it's technically still a school site. It's just been trickier than we thought to get that, as you'd appreciate, that the red tape sort of thing, because it's incorporating the fire and the difficulties we've had as a community with fire, because it's we're incorporating the earthworks in the old horse paddock where it was initially a dam. There's just some things I hadn't factored in. If you'd appreciate, there's a gully that we're trying to make the amphitheatre in the sides of and have the yarning circle and the fire pit in the middle. We've had our initial meetings with our elders. We've got a lovely group of aunties and uncles that we're working with at the school. They've had their site visits. They've signed off on our planning. It's just a case of finalising it and getting it in. So I hope that's okay as a summary of where we're up to. But a big thanks to the council for supporting it. It's something that's never been tried in the state before. Once the schools are closed, they're closed for good and sold off. We were fortunate to get in front of that, and I think keep a resource in the Macleay Valley that hopefully is going to generate some real dividends and be able to prove that if you do something differently, there can be an absolute impact on student educational, learning outcomes, which is what we're trying to do. So with support from you, we'd hope to make the project bigger and bigger. We're currently working on a briefing to go to the Minister for Education, asking for the extension of our access to the site. So hopefully looking at that being either indefinite or at least the end of our next school planning cycle, which is likely to be until 2024. If we get that extension, then we'd be looking at some significant capital improvements to the site as well, as I say, to enable us to do more overnight camps and things like that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Mr. Munday. This is a really exciting project, so thank you for coming and outlining it so that we can all hear what you're doing up there at Millbank. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
We've only got short time for questions, so I'll just take two. I'll take Councillor Horval, and then if there's any other councillor that wants to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just quickly, Mr. Munday, are you related to that famous history author, Gary Munday, that lives in the Shire?
Yes, it's my father.
Excellent. Now, he's written lots of things, and you're doing wonderful, innovative things, as you've said, to improve education. How is this impacting or being used back at your school as well as up at the Hickeys Creek campus?
Thank you, Councillor. Initially, the program was set up to try and make the things happen that are hard to do. My example's always been pottery, and I appreciate the time constraints. So the teacher has to get the clay out, put all the paper down on the tables, give up their lunch hour to get it all ready, get someone to help them, get the kids to come back in, and they do a little bit of pottery and they make a clay worm, and then they pack it all up because the bell's about to go and the room's left a mess and they get in trouble off the cleaner. So they don't do pottery the next time. And so we wanted to give them a site, and our notion is that we go up there and we set up the activity and then we rotate the classes through some of that stuff. So all the pottery gear gets set up for the week and the classes rotate through. Because that's been, I suppose, so endorsed by the staff and so accessed by them, the difficulty is now we're running out of time and space at Hickeys Creek campus to get all of the kids through. And I suppose one of the things that's happening now, we had to buy a couple of buses to get the kids up there. But one of the things, and again, so those buses are all being booked up. People are going, but because they can't get now into Hickeys Creek because it's booked up, they're starting to say, well, where else can we go? How can we do this at school? So there's been a real shift in the activities that we're providing and the places that the kids go and the things that they get to do. Yeah.
Thank you. I can only allow
one quick question about the costing.
I'm sorry. Maybe you can incorporate it in
I
yours.
just wanted to ask a very quick question, Mr. Munday. Obviously, your school is using it and is using it extensively. Are the other schools in the Macleay using it?
Thank you.
And,
yeah.
and
Yep.
hopefully it'll spread across all of the schools and have similar benefits across all.
We've pitched, we got support from the community of schools for the proposal, and it's a community of schools briefing. It's not a Kempsey West thing. It is a community of schools. We have a partnership agreement between the public schools. South Kempsey have signed up as a kind of a complete partner, I suppose. They bought a bus of a very reputable car dealer called Dave Munday. Because we found that it just wasn't meeting our needs, it wasn't big enough, so we bought a bigger bus and sold them ours. They've committed to their school doing Links to Learning, those two programs that I talked about. And actually what's been happening prior to all our trouble at the end of term 4 is the schools were going up there together. They run the program separately for what they're trying to do, and then they join up for things. We feed the kids and the staff that go up there each time, and that's a bit of again, generates that language, generates that sense of wellbeing and community, and they join together for that process. They're the only school that's committed full time to that. But a lot of the other schools, all of their staff have been up there. It's in their planning for next year, and I think a lot of them are still kind of managing. As I said, we had Clontarf up there from Kempsey High as well. They're still sort of trying to manage the transport requirements to get there, because as fun as it is when you get up there, it's still a little bit tricky for some of them to go. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Council.
Now we'll have a presentation from Wayne Mason from the Nambucca-Macleay Defence Families Information Centre. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mason.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, councillors and ladies and gentlemen, just again a little bit of background. The Nambucca-Macleay Defence Families Information Service was formed originally from a group of interested ex-service organisation members in both the Nambucca and Macleay valleys. And our aim was initially, as pension and welfare officers, to provide services or to make information about those services available to our veterans and veterans' families within the two shires. As you know, we have a large number of veterans and their families and dependents in both shires, and often information is not easily available to them. And in recent years, we've tried to, each year, present an information day alternating between the two shires. And we've had information days in Kempsey, Maxville, Nambucca, Southwest Rocks and Stewart's Point over the last 14 years. This year, we applied for and received a grant, and for which we're very grateful, from Kempsey Shire Council to assist with the cost of our information day here at the Kempsey-Macleay RSL Club. We also received a similar grant from the Department of Veterans Affairs, because the event was actually held in Veterans Health Week, which was very handy. Just briefly, the program this year, our theme was mental wellness, and I thought it was extremely appropriate given the very high rate of suicides amongst veterans, and also the very difficult circumstances we face in rural areas, particularly this year with droughts and now bushfires. And I thought that mental wellness was a very appropriate theme for this year. We had several presenters, including some of our local people. Greg Hollier, our local pharmacist, presented about using medicines wisely and the need to regularly update the use of our medications. We had people from Legacy speak about the services available to legacy dependents. We had people from the Department of Human Services and our community engagement officers, one from Port Macquarie and one from Coffs Harbour, who assist us with information about Veterans Affairs and some of the services available. We had a number of information stalls, mostly from people in the Kempsey area, some from Nambucca, but this year mostly from people in the Kempsey area, and they included people like the local health district, home support services, the Kempsey Neighbourhood Centre, and they gave actually a little presentation on some of their financial counselling services available there. We also had people from the Senior Rights Service, Lifetime Connect, RSL Life Care, and so on. We had about 18 of those providers with stalls or information stands. We found the day really successful. It's very difficult sometimes to get information out to people, and we've had a lot of support from DVA. They actually, with a little contact we have up in Lismore, were able to send out notifications of the day to all Veterans Affairs clients in the Shire, both Shires, and that's a really good way to get to people. But unfortunately, what happens sometimes is that not all veterans are clients of Veterans Affairs, so it's a little bit difficult to get publicity out there. We were able to get an article in the Observer, as many people may have seen, the regular article that Mick Birtles puts in the Observer, and that gave us some information about that. The day, we assessed the day with a short survey, and we were very, very pleased to have about 75% of the people who attended fill in the survey, which is amazing for a survey. We really do believe that the service is very useful to veterans and their families, and we also very much appreciate the Kempsey Shire Council's input and their well, certainly their grant to assist us in doing that, and we appreciate their support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I can only take 2 questions. So I'll take one from Councillor Shields and one from Councillor
Thanks,
Hawthorne.
Madam Mayor. Thanks, Mr Mason, for your presentation. It sounds like it was a wonderful day. And how many people did you have in attendance?
Yeah, we had about 40 veterans and their family members, carers in some cases, and we had something like 18 stalls. So probably all up about 70 people, which is really, really good, I think.
Lovely.
Yes,
Thank
great.
you.
Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mason, for your presentation. I was impressed with it. How long have you had to prepare this presentation? Because it's so well done.
I did it last night. No, I've had some time to think about it.
Okay. Thank you very much, because it's well presented. Thank you.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Norton from the Rotary Club of Kempsey West.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm the current president of our club. And, oh no, that's the wrong one. Okay, our project's up at YP Space, which is up in C Street. This is a community housing for about 300 homeless kids a year in Kempsey. These kids are aged 13 to 17. They haven't got a home. They haven't got a heart. They haven't got an aunt. They haven't got someone else to stay with. They usually stay up to 6 weeks. They try and get them out to other areas and so forth. But there's about 300 who go through this place every year. These kids have to be inside this house and this backyard by 6 o'clock at night. They're not allowed to roam the streets, obviously why. But, oh no, we've gone wrong, sorry, I've just got a bit of technology problem here. I should have another photo somewhere. So they have to be in the actual house. They've got a big TV area. That's it, thank you, that's it. They've got a big TV area and they've got a bit of entertainment inside, but they've got this beautiful backyard that just needs a bit of attention. And our idea is to put blinds up around this veranda and then put some gym equipment, activity equipment. And as you know, when you're depressed or when you're anxious or when you're angry, sitting down watching TV is probably not the best thing to do. And if you're youth, going out and using some energy and boxing a box sport and that sort of stuff is what they need. So that's what we're looking at. First step first, put up the blinds so that the equipment won't be damaged. That's our project.
Thank you very much. Councillor McGinn.
What a fantastic need that you are fulfilling there. So congratulations. My question is just how many, are they all boys?
No, they're boys and girls.
Okay, so both. How many do you have in residence at any one time to your knowledge?
5.
Right.
There's 5 bedrooms.
5 max at any one time.
Yep.
Oh, thanks very
And
much.
I forgot to say there's a big group of counsellors supporting kids who aren't actually in the home, in the community as well. They've got them in different organisations.
In the interest of equity, I'm going to ask Councillor Baxter to have his question. any of the councillors, all these people will be staying for morning tea, so you can ask any of your individual question after that. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on funding. How is this place run? Who funds it?
Government funds most of it, I think. They do have a cafe uptown, and there's a little bit of income there.
Okay.
And grants. That is my understanding, but I'm not into it very much.
I think it's a not-for-profit.
Yeah, non-for-profit.
It's a non-for-profit organisation. Oh, okay. So this is wonderful that you're coming in to help them.
Yeah. We found it as a real need. Like, kids need energy. They need to get off some of this anger and be outside. Like 6 o'clock's quite early in the summer.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We hope you stay around for morning tea.
And thank you for your support.
Thanks. Mr. Witchard, Terry. Terry's from the Macleay Valley Country Education Foundation, and we give an annual grant to this organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Mayor, councillors. Firstly, I'd just like to say how great is this valley of ours. You know, I've come here now, this is about the third consecutive year that I've been here to give a presentation, and every year I'm just blown away by the great things that are happening that are fantastic, and you know, I love this valley, and that's the reason why. Thank you all for your generous support of the Country Education Foundation. We've had another very successful year this year with the money that's been given. In our calendar year, for 2019, we gave out 9 grants totalling $11,200. We had some carryover funding from late university contributions from 2018. We received a Sydney University accommodation grant for one of our students worth $7,500. One of our students that we gave a grant to received a $3,000 Findex Community Fund scholarship, and we had $8,500 worth of university co-funding from our partnership with CIFA. So in all, we managed total funds for our youth in the 2019 calendar year of $31,400, which is pretty amazing, I think. And what that does is basically, for the money that we received, for the grants that we gave out from funds that we received from all sources, it gave us about a 280% multiplier effect. So council's $3,000 grant in real terms meant that we could give $8,000 to students. So thank you for what you've done for us in that regard. In the 2018-19 financial year, which creates a hassle for me as the treasurer because I've got to sort of deal with financial years and calendar years with the way we do things. We have every donation we receive, we give a 10% contribution to our governing body, the Country Education Foundation of Australia. And some people often question, why give 10% away? Well, we made what I look at it as was not so much a cost, but an investment. So we invested $600 in the last financial year to CIFA. In return, we received co-funding from our university partners of $9,670 and $11,750 in grants and scholarships. So that was $21,240 in cash just for our $600. On top of that, we received administrative support, which came to a total of $30,970 in value that we received. Now, listening to the news last night, they're talking about cutting the official interest rates again to new record lows. I think at the moment the cash rate's about 0.75%. We received on our $600 investment a return of $5,161.67%, which I think is pretty amazing return, good value for that $600 investment that we make to CIFA. And the results that we're seeing roughly with our students who go through university, there's about an 80% completion rate. I had a completely out of the blue message a couple of weeks ago from one of our grantees. He sent me a wonderful little text message thanking us for all that we'd done and giving him the ability to purchase his textbooks, which he wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. And just in passing, he mentioned that, you know, his 4 subjects that he passed at uni this year, he got high distinctions in every one of them. So, which is, you know, pretty fantastic from a young bloke from our valley who, without the additional support, may not have been able to afford to go to university. On Friday afternoon, I got a first-hand experience of how our grantees feel when I ring them up to say, oh, we've got some extra funds for you. I got a phone call from our head office of CFA in Orange to say that a generous, anonymous donor had provided funding, and that funding is to assist people who want to go on to tertiary education, vocational training, or just get into the workforce, the people that we help who can't afford, maybe not afford to be able to do that. We've received a $5,000 additional funding to provide to students who have been affected by bushfires. So we're extending our application period for 2019, and we've got an extra $5,000 to give out to people who may be. So we're looking at, you know, potential for people who may have lost equipment, apprentices, whatever, and in particular looking at students who may be thinking, well, geez, you know, mum and dad are doing it tough because they've lost half the farm, they've lost all the fencing, they can't afford to send us. So we're going to be targeting those people, and hopefully we can let them achieve their dreams. So that's been our wonderful year. I enjoy doing this job so much because there's so many great stories come out of it. I probably should be ashamed from getting so much enjoyment out of it, but I don't. I'm not. I really enjoy doing that. And just on a closing note, I did give Susan Kane a copy of our annual report, and she'll be putting that in the pigeonholes for each of the councillors. So once again, on behalf of the members of the CEF of Macleay Valley, thank you very much for your generous support. We are the envy of all 46 education foundations around Australia, because none of them get the support from their council that we get from our councillors. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Terry, for coming once again and giving us all that good news that we know that our young people are really smart and they do great things, and we're just privileged that we can support them in some way. Yep. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's very good to meet someone else who thinks about the Macleay Valley as I do. The young people of today being our future, do you think that the possibility of having a country university, possibly right here in Kempsey, is going to help more people achieve those goals?
Councillor Patterson, you're a man after my own heart. I have already got a plan sort of half drafted out for how we could possibly get a university presence in Kempsey, and that would be something I'd love to talk to you about. Look, if we could get something like that so that our kids don't have to go away, brilliant. And, you know, sort of to my way of thinking, we've got an ideally situated position with Kempsey High School, the TAFE, and that whole rectangular block there is becoming a senior education precinct. I think is quite a viable prospect, and looking at maybe some sort of partnership between all the universities that service this area, and to accommodate the high school students. Well, Southwest Rocks has been crying out for a high school for years, so, you know, I think there's leverage there, there's room to move, and I think, you know, now is probably the time that we could be sort of pushing pressure on state governments to do something about it, state and federal. So yeah,
we need to talk at morning tea. There's been some movement on that. Councillor Williams.
Thank you for your presentation, Terry. I just thought it's probably a good opportunity for yourself to maybe put it out there how the public can actually donate to the scholarships.
Certainly, look, part of our affiliation with the Country Education Foundation of Australia is that they are a registered deductible gift recipient. So donations go to them direct into their bank account, so it's tax deductible to the donor. But by donating through an online process, mentioning Macleay Valley, it assures that all the funds come back to us. So it sort of goes into them and then gets redistributed to us, but the tax deductibility is there. And it's just basically anyone wanting to donate can go online to all the W's, cef.org.au, and as soon as you land on the homepage there's a donate button, and there's also an apply button for anyone wanting to apply for grants, and it's just done through that homepage of the CEF. And as I say, you can set up there, you can set up regular donations if you want to, you can just do a one-off donation. But yeah, cash is basically the way to help us. Bearing in mind that when we do give our grants to students, we don't give them cash grants, we don't fund the farewell at the local pub. They have to come back to us with a receipt for authorised purchases, so they can't just go and buy anything either, they've got to talk to us. They give us a receipt, we reimburse them for the expense, or if they can't afford it, send us an invoice and we pay for the invoice. But what we do is, part of our governance is we make certain 100% that what we're providing the funds for gets spent for that funding, for that particular purpose.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, no questions, comments.
Yeah.
Could you please include in a mayoral column at some stage in the near future
Yes.
the details of that and the means to donate money?
Yeah, we need to do that again. I have before, but yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah. Now we have Julio. Thank you. From the Macleay Valley Mountain Bikers Incorporation.
Madam Mayor, councillors, guests. My name's Julio Garcia. I'm from the Macleay Valley Mountain Bikers Incorporated. We're quite a young non-for-profit group in the Macleay Valley area. We've only been going since September of 2017. Just to let you know, I guess the reason that we're here and the reason that we have started the club is obviously our love of mountain biking, and in relation to that, our little blurb to the community is that we are here to promote and encourage and develop sport of mountain biking in the Macleay Valley, to provide social rides and races in the Macleay Valley, and to encourage members of the general public to appreciate and participate in a healthy and active sport, and to appreciate and even enhance the natural environment in which it is carried out. And we're here to enable members to participate in events organised by the Mountain Biking Association of Australia and clubs and other organisations. As such, we spent probably the first 18 months as a club negotiating with the state forestry to get the lease on the land, and that lease costs us $1,300 a year to maintain as a club, and you can appreciate that that's no easy feat, considering that at the moment, such a small club with only 40 members, we try to do a lot of fundraising out there. As part of that, and to encourage people to use our area, we've applied to the council, and we're lucky enough to be granted a $1,000 grant to create some signage to go to the entry of our mountain bike trails. And as a result of that, the club decided that we wanted to match what council gave us, and as a club we've put in the same amount to do 2 lots of signage. One to have at our trailhead, or there at the golf club, which is the start of our trails, and one to have in the major intersection of all our trails, so that people could easily see where the trails are. They could see where all the trails connect, and make it easy for people to get in and around and get back out without getting lost. Just as a little side note, I guess, the club, or mountain biking in the Macleay Valley, has been around for approximately 20 odd years or longer. Initially started off at tracks out at Jack's Crossing, and there was also a small trail out at Yarrahapney. Since that time, the Calatini State Forest Mountain Biking Park was developed with the previous mountain bike club, which was defunct. And as I said, in 2017 we started again and took over and restarted the club and restarted the negotiations with State Forest. They've given us that lease, and we've now used that to try and encourage people to come to our area and utilise all the facilities in the Macleay Valley. As a result, we've been able to negotiate with other mountain bike clubs in and around the mid-north coast, and we've now started a series which is to begin in 2020 called the Coastal Mountain Bike Series, and it incorporates clubs from as far north as Neighbourly down to Taree. This has been set to encourage people from further afield to come and explore the Macleay Valley area and all the facilities that we have to offer here. As a result of that, we were also contacted by Rocky Trail Entertainment, and they have now incorporated the Macleay Valley and the Calatini State Forest Mountain Bike Park as part of their Rocky Trail Entertainment Shimano Mountain Bike Grand Prix, which is a statewide series. So hopefully with all of these and the new signage that we're able to put up in 2020, we will have plenty of people visiting the Macleay Valley and bringing hopefully some money with them to spend here. Thank you.
Excellent. Is there any other questions from councillors? Because I need to try and keep them even. But if there's no other questions, I'll take Councillor Patterson. You got a question?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Would you be able to just shortly tell all the people here and my fellow councillors, is mountain biking A, expensive to do, and B, good for you?
B, yes, it's very good for us and everyone. Obviously, it can become a very physical sport that requires a lot of expenditure energy, I guess, and a lot of fitness. The other side to it is that it can also be done by anybody and everybody, to the point where we currently have, or we were also managed to obtain, free of cost to the club, a sling of timber. We're using that timber currently to create a number of bridges over some difficult features, creeks and stuff, things like that, where we interrupt or have less impact on the environment. And the building of those bridges and the widening of our trails has also enabled us to have people, or I guess another group of mountain bikers which normally wouldn't come to this area, and that's people that have, or that are paraplegic or have mobility issues, and they're able to come on their four-wheeled and three-wheeled mountain bikes and enjoy the trails as well. And we've been encouraging this all right through from the beginning, with one of our club members being very active in that respect. So yeah, while it is difficult to a certain extent, it's very good for us, and anyone, and I mean absolutely anyone, can do it. Expense, sky's the limit, I guess. You can start off with really simple bikes from Big W, I guess, and I noted the other day while reading there's a number of electric bikes out there, or pedal assist bikes that we have these days, and $20,000 or $30,000 probably not out of it, but the average person can easily get involved and maintain an easy involvement and fitness out of it, to the point where this year we also collaborated with Montum Mountain Bike Tours in Coffs Harbour, and we worked with the new fellow that's taken over Crescent Head Cycles, and we managed to donate 10 bicycles and equivalent helmets and other things to Montum Tours, which they then passed on to with other people that have done the same sort of thing, to provide bicycles for kids in the mid-north coast area, from as far as Coffs down to Taree, that have been affected by the fires in the area. So.
Thank you. Quick question,
Quick question.
Councillor.
Thanks, Julio, for your presentation. Sounds like your committee are doing great things since restarting in 2017. How do people get involved in your mountain bike club? and are the trails free for anyone to use?
The trails are free for anyone to use. There's no cost involved. To join the club, we have regular meetings every month. The clubs are based at the back, or the entry to the trails are based at the back of the Kempsey Golf Club. We utilise the Kempsey Golf Club as our meeting area. And you can come to the meetings. We post them on, we have a Facebook site, the Macleay Valley Mountain Bikers Facebook site, and we regularly post things on there, especially when we have meetings and dates and any working bees and that sort of thing. In relation to that, you can join the MTBA, the Mountain Biking Association of Australia, and when you join, you choose a club that you wish to join, and we are on there. And as soon as anyone joins, or anybody that has been encouraged to use a free 3-month trial membership to the MTBA, they advise us of anyone in the area, and we can contact those people and let them know where the club is and how they can get in contact and come and join us and maintain their enjoyment of mountain biking.
Thank you very much, Julio. Thank you.
trouble.
I hope you do stay around for morning tea. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
there's more questions.
No worries.
Thank you. So, yes, she is. She's here from the Kempsey District Silver Band.
Good morning, Madam Secretaries, Councillors, and Kempsey community. I am the band secretary of the Kempsey District Silver Band. The Kempsey District Silver Band is one of the longest running community bands in Australia. In 2 years, we are celebrating our 135th birthday.
Wow.
I personally have been involved in the band for the last 14 years, and I have been secretary for the last 5. So firstly, I would like to thank you for your generous contribution to our community carols this year. It is our biggest fundraiser. And your contribution allowed us to hire security for the night and to hire appropriate sound equipment from Terry Keane Entertainment. So that removed the risk. We were able to make a profit on that, and that we will use in the next year to fund more beginner workshops, because unfortunately in schools, music is not seen as a priority at the moment, especially from our ICSEA value and our mathematic and literacy scores going down. In my personal experience with schools, music has not been at the forefront, though I know of the cathartic release it has for a lot of students and a lot of therapy that it provides. We have the amazing Leonie Caporero. A lot of you have probably heard of her. She has been involved in the community band for the last 10 years, being the conductor. She is involved in the school band at St. Paul's and at St. Joseph's, and we would like to move that into the public schools as well and really involve a lot more students. We were very fortunate this year to receive the certificate of being a creative kids provider. So any student from primary to the end of high school can get a $100 voucher to go towards the payment for a creative organisation. So a lot of our students and a lot of our children involved in the band have been able to use that voucher, making it easier and more accessible for people to access the band and music. The carols are our biggest fundraiser because we make music accessible to the community. We talk to the community members, we talk to students, we involve the schools, we invite lots of different community organisations to try and just bolster the understanding of music in the community. We have found that students who are engaged in the band may or may not receive higher academic results, but their behavioural and social emotional resilience is a lot higher than students who may not have any experience with music. There is research to back that, if you would like to look that up as well. Personally, through the Kempsey District Silver Band, I have helped organise a range of events, and without the generous contribution of the council and a number of community groups, we would not have a community band anymore. our bandmaster, Leonie Caprero, has not had a pay raise in the last 10 years. So we are looking at doing that next year with the funding that we've received from these groups and from council. So again, I would like to thank you for your generous contribution and for supporting the community band.
Don't go away, Rhiannon. Just a comment, I was at the carols. I could only stay a short time, but I've got to say that that was one of the best, and I've been to quite a few. It was a really, really well put together, great atmosphere. Really, congratulations. It was very well done
Thank
event.
you. Thank
so
you.
I'm looking forward to the 2020 Christmas carols.
Yes.
So thank you. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've attended as a councillor your performances in the past. I always walk away impressed with the smiles on the faces of the students and both senior and juniors. Their ability to entertain is amazing. And the best thing about it, they're our town band. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And also thank you for the work that you do without the Silver Band at our Anzac Day ceremonies and all the things that are the community events. You very much enhance and enrich our community. We're very fortunate to have the Kempsey Silver Band. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Hayley Hoskins from Baylins Gift. Welcome back, Hayley.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and community. I'm from Baylins Gift, so this year we were very lucky to receive a grant again. First, I would just like to reiterate, I guess, what Mr. Munday said about the importance of trying things differently to get better results. If we keep doing the same thing over and over, we don't get anything better. So the money that we used this year went to a new program for suicide prevention called Mindblank. We were very lucky in that we got a 3-day tour from them. It's a very expensive, I guess, collaboration with them. The 3-day event was a $9,000 bill, but what it is, it's a different approach to suicide prevention. It's typically any programs that you bring into high schools, it's someone standing up and talking to the students. It's telling them what they should think, how they should feel, where they could go. Mindblank is different. It's a forum theatre, and they act out. It's actors, professional actors who come, and they actually act out situations. You get to choose what, I guess, the way that the story goes. What we chose, obviously, was suicide prevention, but there are other ones. There's I think drugs and alcohol is one forum theatre that they do. So they can come back, and we are hoping that we could possibly do it again, each year and have a great relationship with Mindblank. So I guess the results from Mindblank this year were really great. Like I said, it was a 3-day program that we had. We were able to incorporate all of St Paul's, the whole school of St Paul's, the whole school of Melville High School, and we also took them to VC and YP Space and Key Employment joined together for another one, and we did one at the neighbourhood centre as well. I think what was exciting for us in incorporating this particular one was that the results that they get all the kids to fill out forms at the end of it, and particularly at the Macleay Vocational College, where kids quite often don't tend to stay in the room for the entirety of the program that they're getting. Their results were 90% of satisfaction, 90% that they loved it, that they learnt something. It also encourages the kids to yell out and speak up about a different way to approach a question or something that's happening in their life. So, the forum theatre dictates a certain way. At the end, they're asked to yell out or to come up and discuss how they could do it differently, how else they could say that so that there could be a different outcome. So we were really excited to be able to bring that this year with the help of Kempsey Council. So we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Horval.
Very quick question, Hayley. Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any other sources of funding that you're seeking? Because your program sounds excellent for the mental health of the youth of the show.
Yeah, well, we fundraise all the money ourselves. So we don't even apply really for a lot of grants. What we find, we love that people have been trying to get Mindblank into the community for 3 years. But because other people rely on funding grants and they have to apply everywhere, if they don't get it, they can't bring it. We loved the idea. We're not, I guess, constricted with what we do with our money. We fundraise and we go, do you know what, this sounds amazing. It's different, it's innovative, and we want to give this a go. So that's, yeah.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you. It is astonishing, isn't it, that in a rich, happy country like this, the number one cause of death for 16 to 24-year-olds is suicide.
It is.
Astonishing. And I applaud what you're doing, and I think it's wonderful what you're doing. Just a quick question. For all the efforts that have been made in recent years, do you know if the rate's going down?
Look, we only had this discussion the other day, and I think, personally, reducing suicide is many, 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 many years' work. Even to talking about our own mental health. Until we learn to talk about our own mental health, it's not going to change. And that's something that's really ingrained in us, and even personally, I can sprout, I know, you reach out, you ask for help, if you're not doing well, you go to, I know all that, but when you yourself, are struggling, and I only had this discussion with someone the other day, and she said, you need to tell your kids about, I was having trouble with Christmas. I find Christmas very difficult. She said, have you told your kids? I'm like, no, I'm their mum. I have to stay strong. They don't want to see me cry. But what I'm saying is we have to change the way we think, and that's a generational thing, and that's a really long time, I think. We do what we can in the meantime, but I think it's actually a really long process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hayley. Thank you very much, and good luck. Oh, I couldn't see you. Welcome, Lisa Powlesland from the Kempsey Showground. Great way to finish off. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, councillors, staff and visitors. I'm the coordinator of Kempsey Showground, and we are absolutely delighted to receive a donation to our project, which is the start of a larger phase, hopefully, for the showground. Our project is Light Our Way, and this is going to be matched. So the money that council have given us, Showground are going to match to be able to install solar lighting in strategic locations throughout the showground to try to reduce its impact and become more sustainable, which will also then reduce our on costs for services, etc. We are also engaging an auditor to come through and do an audit of our site, which is a 10-hectare site, which is at this point quite unsustainable. So we're going to look at the auditor's response back to us to see how our 10-hectare site can perhaps change its ways and the way we do things to increase more solar lighting, LED lighting, and put in water tanks so that we can catch all the water that comes onto our site and keep it green and beautiful so that it's available for everyone to use. Thank you very much, Council.
Don't go away, Lisa. Don't go away. I can't let this opportunity go by without, in public, thanking you and the showground for all the work that you did over those couple of weeks when we had the evacuation centre at the showground. It was just way above and beyond anyone's expectation. The hours that you put in, the way it was managed. We had the best evacuation centre, not that you want to be the best at evacuation centres, but we did, and that was told to us so many times, and that was largely due to your work and to our Kempsey Showground, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we don't have any questions, or do we? No, we don't. Before we
I have a procedural motion when you're ready, Madam Mayor.
Before we finish, and go to morning tea, with the Mayoral Fund, it is only a small fund. We haven't heard from 3 other recipients. One was the Horseshoe Bay Reserve Park run, and Holly has sent in some photos for us. The Kempsey-Macleay Pensioners League and the Southwest Rocks Little A's. And as I said, it's only a very small fund, but you can see from what we've heard today how much value that gives back to our community and enriches what we do here. So council's not just all about roads, rates and rubbish. We are about building a better community, and I think that that small fund does that in the community, and what we've been able, or what they've been able to achieve by that small amount of money, and how big that has grown, and the people that have benefited from it. So thank you to all the community groups that have come along today to share with us what they've done in 2019 with their funding. So thank you. The meeting's actually adjourned at the moment, and we're adjourning till, so there can't be a procedural motion. We have suspended standing orders, and we'll now go to morning tea. Thank you, Councillor Horville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move procedurally that we bring forward the two subjects or two items that were subject of the public forum yesterday afternoon.
Do I have a seconder? It's been seconded. I put it to the vote.
Could I speak to it quickly, Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I notice in the gallery we've got quite a number of people who are supporters or against both items, and I presume they are here to listen to the debate. It could be a long time if we go with the order of business, so I'm asking my fellow councillors to bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. All in favour of bringing the items forward? All against? It's been carried. Thank you. So we will move to item, I think it's 9.4 from memory. Which is the Macleay Valley Coastal Parks. Yes, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to defer this motion to come back on March council meeting after a council workshop, and so we have the time and the opportunity to receive more feedback from the community of the caravan park as well as Hathead itself, and we would be able to then make a more constructive community decision.
I'd like to second that, Madam Mayor, but I'd like to add that we have a site visit as well.
Yep.
And a site visit?
Happy with that, Madam Mayor.
So that is the motion.
A question, Madam Mayor.
Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor, or do I have any against the motion?
Madam Mayor, based on community feedback that we've got on this issue, we need to make sure that we get this right for council, but mainly for the community of Hathead, users of the park as well. The Hathead community is quite a unique community when it comes to its caravan park, its commercial businesses. So we really can't just go straight out, I believe, and make a decision straight up without a site visit, more community engagement, and also a workshop with council to get to a point where we can make an informed decision on this issue. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. You're speaking. You've got a question, and then
a question, Madam Mayor,
I've
not
got
actually a
speakers
comment.
against, I think.
Just for clarification purposes, please. If we adopt this deferral motion, that means things are placed on hold just temporarily until the actual consultation's been done and it comes back to council for further consideration. That's what I'm clarifying. Is it correct? So the strategies are just placed on hold for the time being.
I've got too many lights.
Too many lights.
Councillor Morris speaking against?
Councillor Morris putting up an amendment.
And the amendment?
Madam Mayor, my amendment is that we proceed with something today, and the reason for that is because I believe if we just defer it till March and bring it back without undertaking some more detail, we'll be still in the same position. So what I'd like to move is that we replace number 1 with council undertake an impact assessment of the impact of changing the management of annual licence holders and permanent residents within council's holiday parks.
Slow down.
I've got it written out so I don't have to remember what I've said. Yeah. At Crescent, sorry. So where do you want me to start from then?
We've got the council undertake an impact assessment of the impact of changing the management
of annual licence holders and permanent residence sites within council's holiday parks at Crescent Head, Hadhead, Stewart's Point and Grassy Head. And I've included all, not this is to be put in there, but I've included all 4 because I believe we should be consistent across all the 4. That this impact assessment to consider holiday park income generation, holiday park upgrade pathways, town, village, social and business impacts, the development of these impact assessments, and I believe they should all be individual impact assessments because each village is different, to include community engagement with all stakeholders. That will actually give us the information to make a decision. The remaining 2 and 3 can still be there because that may influence some of the discussions that we have with the community.
Second that, Madam Mayor.
Do you want to include Horseshoe Bay?
Horseshoe Bay, there's no annual licence holders and no permanents from what I'm aware.
Okay.
That's not included in the report because it is an impact.
Can I suggest that we just go into workshop? So we've moved to go into workshop by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor Morris. All in favour of going into workshop? All against going into workshop?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Just a question. Was that a foreshadowed motion or was that an amendment? Because it sounds to me like it's completely different to the motion that Councillor Patterson moved, actually.
Actually, you're right, and we will take it as a foreshadowed motion. Because it is completely different to the one where...
Madam Mayor, I think
when we go back into workshop...
We're trying
from
to
workshop.
achieve the same result.
Yeah.
I'm happy to go either which way because we get into the more information, more community consultation, and then we'll be able to make a informed decision on this issue. So I'm happy to go with Councillor Morris's possibility. Anyway.
So when we get out of workshop, Councillor McGinn?
Madam Mayor, my understanding of Councillor Patterson's motion is so that in the period between now and March, council, as in councillors, could have firstly a site visit and have a look at, particularly Hat Head, I think is the one that most of us have the concern for, and for good reason. And then we could come back and have a workshop of council so that we could work up an appropriate motion. So the point is, if we go with Councillor Morris's foreshadowed motion, we're going to spend an awful lot of time now trying to work out a motion on the run that really none of us are quite happy with now, that meets all the objectives. And by leaving it till March, but having a site visit and an actual council law workshop here as a separate meeting, we would be able to work through something that is far more appropriate, that meets the needs of all of the holiday parks as well as the unique circumstances in Hat Head. So I do think that Councillor Patterson has a superior motion.
Councillor McGinn, I'm just a bit confused here.
I haven't seen Councillor Patterson's motion. It should be up there.
You're saying that you want councillors to work up some motion rather than a rework... To have the workshop so that the councillors can work up a motion to come back.
So we can input into it, because otherwise we're going to do it now and input into it, aren't we, on the run? That's what we're going to do with this motion now that we're...
This motion puts it back, my understanding is this motion puts it back to the staff.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a comment?
Yeah.
My intention is not that councillors make the decision. Council undertakes an impact assessment. That would be undertaken by the staff, which would provide council with adequate information and detail to be able to make an informed decision. Without that being undertaken, we're going to be in the same position in March without the detail to make an informed decision. Do we want to make an informed decision or an uninformed decision?
We want to make an informed decision.
Councillor Shields.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. From what I see from the outside perspective, we seem to have a disconnect between the information that council staff know and the information that the annual holiday park licensees know as such. And we've already discussed that a few of the things that we're hearing via email from the community and also that were presented at the public forum are actually not in accordance with licences. So to me, there's just a disconnect in communication. I don't think the communication best comes from us as councillors to, you know, the holiday annuals at Hat Head. I think it's better to come from council staff, so they're actually more informed. But I think it's all about listening to both sides of the story. We've both got information to share, and I think, yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor Morris's amendment or foreshadowed motion at this point. I also think we don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about points 2 and 3. So we've got January, February coming up. It's a great opportunity for council to engage with those stakeholders. So let's not miss that opportunity by kind of deferring everything through to March. And at the end of the day, Hadhead is probably our most complained about caravan park in terms of its facilities, that, you know, they're in a dilapidated state. As a council, we want to actually improve that holiday park. Obviously, that will then help the residents and that will then help the users of the holiday park. The users know that to fund anything, more money is required, so more capital, and we obviously want to see these parks be more profitable to fund these upgrades. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We've just got to talk a bit more between the two user groups, those being council and the stakeholders, to work out an agreement.
Madam Mayor, can I just add a small change to my foreshadowed motion, and that is that we undertake a workshop as well?
Yes.
Please.
Madam Mayor.
I just need to ask a question. There's a lot in that motion, and I need to probably get an indication of the time involved from staff perspective, and because
it is possibly too prescriptive.
Yeah, it's very prescriptive. An impact assessment. So, you know, in terms of cost and time, what are the implications of if we adopt actually what that is?
All right, through you, Madam Mayor, it's not often I tell councillors you can have your cake and eat it too, but in this case I think you could actually combine pretty well everything you've actually talked about in terms of one motion following what both Councillor Patterson and Councillor Morris have. If we do defer, obviously, consideration of this, pick up what Councillor Morris has actually put in there with, you know, subtle changes to the impact assessment to consider areas such as that leaves it open to actually do that. We will need to get consultants to do that. So we will need to look at the cost of that and the time frame. I wouldn't expect to be able to get that back in March. We could still do the workshop with councillors. We could still put in items 2 and 3 as per the original resolution there, so there's still some consultation about the proposed development. And we'd also, just get this up, be recommending that we actually write to all the existing licence holders to reiterate their licence conditions, which requires them to seek prior written permission to the park prior to selling the occupant's movable dwelling, seek the park owner's written permission prior to transferring whole or part of the occupant's interest under the licence agreement, and that we'd also note that no transfer of annual licence would be approved during this period of time. So if that was all encompassed into a motion, I think you cover all the bases.
Mayor, I'm happy to support that.
I think that's really important, because one of the questions I had was around the difference in the, as Councillor Shields said, the difference in what we understand is the terms and conditions of these one-year leases and what the people that are the leaseholders have. And even in the Argus today, it was stated they have 150 days, but they can pay for extra, and they can sell other nights to other people. But we were informed that that's not the case. So there's a communication gap there with what the agreements are. And I don't, Director, who administers the agreements? Is this council or the park managers?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's through the park managers with those licence agreements.
So annually they redo them?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I think it's a really big process of communication that we need to undertake here.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor, I'll take Councillor Horval, Councillor Williams, and then back to Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to remind my fellow councillors that we moved and supported the motion for community consultation at the 28th of November council meeting, and 2 weeks later we have this put on us. And it will always happen that an event like controversy that's come with this was not foretold, but it's part of the consultation process. So I'm of the opinion we've got to, on these controversial things, and it's got to be worked out by staff which ones will be controversial, that if it's controversial, we don't make a decision until we consult. And I think that's the basic idea of that new policy. At the moment, the original motion was that we have a decision and there was no consulting with the community. So we need to consult when a controversial issue comes up. And the controversial issue, in my opinion, is it's not just the people who are licensees of sites, it's the whole community. And I've heard one bit of information that nearly a quarter of the population of Hat Head in particular are in those sites. And another one from the public forum last night said that nearly half the people who reside in the caravan park, half the residents of Hat Head are residents of the caravan park. So it's a real controversial thing, and both those numbers I'm not sure of, but that would come out of an inquiry from this motion that's been put together by kind of workshopping here with between Councillor Patterson and Councillor Morris's motion. So I'm supporting the motion, but we certainly need to consult with people if we're going to impact their lives financially and impact the life of the whole community like Hat Head is.
Councillor Williams.
I tend to agree with the foreshadowed motion. The only thing I would like to see included would be, which we just spoke about, that a site inspection or site visit and workshop with the councillors be undertaken.
Number 5, we've got, oh no.
That's not in there.
Number 3.
And site inspections, so you might want to put in a moratorium.
Where's that? Yeah, because it's not there.
Yeah, no, the site inspection's not, it's got just a workshop.
Yeah.
So if we put a workshop and site, yep, there it is.
There we go.
Hat Head
That
site.
was in the strategies.
Hat Head, I think.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy as the move of the original motion for deferral to withdraw.
Yeah.
And go
When we
with,
go back into open council, we'll withdraw yours and we'll put this up.
yes, because I'd like to make sure that we show the
Are
community
you
that
happy
we're
then to
together.
second Councillor Morris's motion?
Yes.
So, can I
Ms.
just
Foreshadow?
suggest that up there it says that a Hat Head site inspection, not just a site inspection. What, to go to all the caravan parks?
Stuart's Point and Garcia are just as important in my mind. They've got similar impact. Stuart's Point less so, because they're minimal.
We did do one in the last term of council, but not all councillors have been there maybe.
I don't see that it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to do all of them, because then at least we are fully informed and involved in the information.
Madam, move
So,
back into,
Councillor Williams, I just want to go back to Councillor Williams. There was another thing that you wanted to see?
No,
That was it? Yeah.
The intention, Madam Mayor, then it doesn't say a date when we would expect this to come back to council. Does that also need to be in there, or is it just on completion of all of these things, and that's kind of, we're not sure when?
There's a few months. There's a
Because
Madam
it's
Mayor.
gonna
There's a
work.
few months working this. First, we've got to get a consultant, and then they've got to do the work, report it. We've got to do the workshop. I'd anticipate we'd have this back before the end of the financial year, but I wouldn't like to put a month on it.
And Madam Mayor, I would not be prepared as the mover to put a suspense date on it, because I believe it is something that could be quicker or slower. And in fact, I would be quite happy to see them not necessarily all come back at the same time. I believe that there is one, potentially two, where the impact assessment would be a lot quicker and easier to do than the other two. So they could come back as a staged approach. But when we do go back into open council, I'm afraid that I can't support fully what's up on the board at the moment. So I'll be moving it with the exclusion of point 7, and if that wants to be, if the other councillors want to include that, that's up to the other councillors. Because that was added by the General Manager.
I actually would probably support that, because people may get nervous and try and sell their Well, they can't really,
I would-
unless we stick to what. If you get what I'm trying to say is, I think that is to protect the buyer beware.
I would rather it be protected in another way, and that is the way that was mentioned last night when we sat around and discussed and debated this in confidential, and that is that we put in there that the park owner will provide any prospective purchaser an assessment of the value of the improvements on site. And then it's up to the buyer to make their decision.
Well, it's the leasee. Actually, they're not buying anything.
They're essentially buying the van, they're not buying the site, and they may or may not get another annual licence for it.
I just have some concerns, sorry Madam Mayor, just about the improvements on the annual van.
We've
sorry.
got no control over that. Go
Yeah,
on.
there may be some emergency improvements that need to be done, and I know that, but that there just says that it won't be approved. You know, I think that is probably something that is a bit grey.
That's a point.
That they should only, I believe that improvements should be permitted, but they should be improvements that council considers and approves, and the person that's undertaking those improvements is made aware that they may not have a licence to occupy that site in another 12 months or whatever the time period will be. Therefore, they are undertaking those additional works at their own cost and at risk.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question of the General Manager, if I may, please?
Yes, certainly.
Mr General Manager, if the point 2 there, the community engagement with all stakeholders, would that engagement happen after the consultants have made recommendations, so that there can be a time for submissions on that recommendation from the consultants? Would that be the process you would envisage?
It may happen during and as part of what the consultants do. So yeah, obviously we're doing this on the floor at the moment, so we haven't actually got a strict process to follow at the moment. We'd work out a community engagement strategy in line with the policy council adopted at the last meeting. The timing of that, you may actually use the consultants to actually do some of that engagement, so it's actually done independently of staff.
Thank you very much.
Maybe the words around that last little bit from
Yeah,
me would be that
they do
council notes no transfer of annual licences.
Or improvements to annual vans other than emergency or
essential improvements. I don't know.
At this stage, for such transfers or improvements to annual vans, it needs council's approval. And council needs to put limits on the extent of improvements that can be undertaken or that they will approve, and they need to make a clear statement to the owner of that van that any improvements are at your cost and your risk. You may not be able to get to realise the benefit in the longer term for your improvements. But we shouldn't be saying, no, they can't improve their van for the next 6 months if that's all they get it for. But they should know it's at their risk.
Do they have to come to council to have anything improved on their van? Oh, they do.
If they don't, we should be changing the agreements to require that to be a necessary part of any improvements.
No one wants to add to that or try and make it.
But that's what we're going to come back to council, maybe before the end of the financial year. We'll have all that right. I mean, we need just these instructions, I believe, just to move forward. We can't be too prescriptive.
Well,
Item 7.
like I said, I'm not prepared to accept 7 as the mover, so it's not there.
Or improvements through your memory can come out. The actual agreement that people have signed actually says the occupants agree not to attach any fixture or renovate, alter or add to the movable dwelling or the site without the park owner's prior written permission.
So it's already in there. And at the same time, council can restrict what can be undertaken, and they can also make it quite clear that it's at the van owner's risk as to the longevity of their licence.
Unless we said something like that, and I don't know if we need to be this prescriptive as to make sure that the caravan managers convey to anyone that is thinking about selling or transferring a licence that they're fully informed that there is this review underway.
Madam Mayor, question to the General Manager again. With that annual licence, or with the wording that we've got there, who do you deem as being the park owner? Is it APTM as the licensee, or is it Council as the Crown Lands Manager? Because in my mind, it's Council.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's got to come back to Council anyway. So Council can therefore duly advise that the risk of the longevity of their licence.
Yeah, when you refer to council, you're referring to council staff. It wouldn't be a report back to council. That's correct. Just while I can, Madam Mayor, in relation to number 4, given the other parts in this now, could we potentially change that to that council commence? Well, yeah, during January and February, given the other things in this, if we want to look at, we actually commence the process of actually the stakeholder engagement on the sites.
Mr. Jeremy, I was going to suggest we just take out the word during January and February and just say that Council.
The council commence appropriate stakeholder engagement.
Take out the time frame. You
Yep.
don't need a time frame in there because it's more open-ended now.
And take out 7. I just need to ask this question, and I'm sure it was asked last night. At the moment, what we have is that people can just transfer their agreement.
With council approval?
With council approval. And council just, we don't need number 7 in there, actually, because council could just not approve it. Yeah. Okay, we're good. I think.
That's fine with that. We can work with that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can work with that.
Yeah, you can work with that. Okay. Yes,
A last question, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yep.
So, once this is undertaken and a report comes back to council for adoption, is that correct, Mr. GM? Okay. So, if then, as a councillor, we're not happy with the actual report, we can still reject that report. Thank you.
Move back into council.
Second that.
Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Morris. All in favour of going back into open council. We've withdrawn the foreshadowed motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'd
It's
like
been
to withdraw
withdrawn,
the actual
and we have
motion.
this motion. I think it was seconded by Councillor Saul. Oh, I thought it was Councillor Patterson, but anyway.
Councillor Saul jumped in and did.
Okay. No further debate. I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation. All against the recommendation. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you, Madam.
Now we will go to item number 10.2, which is on page, don't know,
44.
page 44. There is a recommendation, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I move the recommendation as is included in the business paper. I note that there were some comments in our public forum speaker yesterday suggesting that we perhaps take it a little bit further. And
I need a seconder.
Okay.
Thank you.
That we consider taking a little bit further and put restrictions on private lands and the whole pile of reassessments. I think that whilst I agree in principle with that, I think it's a step too far at this stage, and I'm happier with what we have got at the moment. I would like to think that my fellow councillors can see the reasoning for this. I'd also like to say a few words in relation to the wildlife, seeing that Fauna didn't have the opportunity to speak last night in the public forum. And that is, I wish to convey something of the plight of our wildlife in the local area through some telling statistics sent to me by Fauna, as they were not given the opportunity yesterday, as I said. Fauna, through its volunteers, operates a 24/7 call-out service for the rescue, rehabilitation and release of wildlife in the LGAs of Kempsey, Mid-Coast, Port Macquarie, as far south as Booladilla, an area of 18,000 square kilometres. The records for these call-outs, specifically due to weather conditions, drought, fire, storm, flood, reveal a dramatic leap from 139 animals in the year of 2018-19 to 352 animals in the half-year period from 1 July to the 12th of December. On pro rata, if it continues, that represents about a 500% increase in the number of call-outs for the rehabilitation and care of animals. That, of course, does not include the many animals that have died as a result of the bushfire and of the drought that didn't get to the stage of somebody having a call-out for them to be protected. The President of Fauna commented that if it continued, it would be about 504% increase. None of these figures include the very large total number of flying foxes that have perished due to the heat stress events and flying fox camps through the fauna region. They simply didn't have the capacity to count them, so for statistical accuracy, that hasn't been included. Although we should be aware that flying foxes play an important role in pollinating trees. Statistics have been supported by anecdotal evidence from fauna volunteers themselves being pushed to the limit in recent times rescuing and caring for animals, many of whom are suffering from starvation due to the collapse of the food chain as a result of the prolonged drought, and now the devastation of the fires and the massive loss of habitat. Releasing rehabilitated birds and animals to their place of origin, as has normally been the practice, has become problematic. Now, there are many areas where habitat does not exist for animals to be released in that way. Fauna is adopting to this unprecedented situation, and with the help of generous donations from the public, local, national and international, they have set up food for wildlife and nest box appeal, taking them to another level beyond and above their normal operations. Also, of course, many millions of dollars have been donated to many groups on behalf of koalas. As we all would be aware, Port Macquarie Koala Hospital is just under $2 million, and there's about another $6 million in other koala-related facilities across Australia where there's been donations made, many of them from international concerns. I mention this as a testament to the concern of the community at large about the welfare of our wildlife that no one owns but is important for us for many reasons, not only but including their value as a tourist attraction. In conclusion, trees and forests play a crucial role in the survival of wildlife, food, shelter and propagation, which in turn assists in the propagation of trees. And of course, forests also play a crucial role in the well-being of humans. The cooling of their shade, the moisture and rain they generate, not to mention their role as a carbon sink. We all know how much of our habitat has been lost to bushfire. It is also a well-known fact that when people have the chance to get back to nature, it has a very positive effect on their mental health. We need to be returning our habitat to as natural a state as quickly as possible. To do that, it's not about locking up the forest, about giving the forest the opportunity to regenerate and not to remove the habitat that has been able to survive the current drought and severe bushfires. This is only a temporary measure until such time as we are past this devastating and catastrophic impacts that we're currently experiencing. In light of these devastating new climatic conditions, I believe it's a travesty that logging should be allowed to continue regardless, at least until an assessment of the destruction of habitat has been made and we can see a pathway forward for our wildlife and for the mental health of our community.
Madam Mayor, sorry, may I be excused for 1 hour? I have to leave.
Yes, thank you. Do I have any speakers against?
I'm going to speak against the motion.
Thank you.
Madam
Do you have a
Mayor-
question, Councillor?
No, I was going to speak in favour if I could, Madam
No,
Mayor.
we just have speaker for and against.
I totally agree with all the comments that have been made about the devastation to the wildlife and how dreadful that is. There's no doubt no one can debate the circumstances that we've found ourselves in post the catastrophic fires. So no debate there whatsoever. The reason I cannot support this motion is because we have not heard from the other side of the stakeholders, which is the people who work in these industries, who are obviously also struggling to come to terms with the loss of the wildlife and because this is their place of work. So I do think that suspending logging is a knee-jerk reaction, and it's very reactionary, that it's not had enough consideration as to the adverse effects on those who depend on logging for their incomes. And they're obviously, many of them, very responsible operators, and clearly they can't log burnt trees anyway. But my question is, who else has been consulted for this nomination, for this notice of motion? Has anyone considered the position of all the stakeholders in this who will be affected by such a decision? I believe this notice of motion is not detailed enough, and it does not consider any negative impacts that may happen as a consequence of putting this reactionary motion ahead. It does not detail the decision point at which the logging could be restored. This motion lacks facts, it lacks objectivity, it lacks consultation with all of the stakeholders. In fact, this notice of motion, in my view, is reactionary in the same way that the stopping of greyhound racing occurred as a reaction to a program, or that live export was stopped when we saw the horrific treatment of animals. I understand that the reasoning behind making those decisions was totally appropriate, but the consequences had not been fully considered. And in fact, when we make something so simple, we don't realise that it in fact causes potential consequences to other stakeholders. And until we hear from those other stakeholders, I don't believe it's responsible for us to make such a impactful decision. So the reason I'm speaking against this motion is not because I don't believe that our wildlife is important to us or that we all care for our wildlife, but I am deeply concerned about the impacts that it could have on other stakeholders who have not had the opportunity to be part of this debate.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I disagree with Councillor McGinn on a number of points she just made, but I would like to talk to you about just one result of the bushfires that everyone should be aware of, and that is that at the back of Lake Cat-Eye, the estimation from the Port Macquarie Koala Hospital is that over 300 koalas were killed in that bushfire. And when you think of 300 koalas in the limited number, and it's on an animal that's on the verge of extinction, and we certainly don't want to go down the road of, you see pictures of it in the future, our great-grandchildren only ever know about these animals because they're in a picture book, but not be able to see them up close because they've been made extinct. So there are times in life you have to take a pause, and I think this is a pause. It's not stopping logging, it's saying we'll cease logging while we do an assessment of the environment. Now, the point is made, they are not going to log burnt trees. This is true. But any animals that have escaped, any fauna that have escaped from the burnt area into the non-burnt area, they will be putting stress on the actual present or the existing trees that are there. So that pressure could be exacerbated if logging continues on those trees. But I'm not the expert and no one else is here. What I'm saying, we need to suspend, and this is what this is saying, have an investigation and see are there any areas that need suspending. It won't be all state forest, it will be suspending for a short period while they assess which forests are still viable for logging. And for that, that's not a knee-jerk reaction, it's a simple, straightforward thing. And I think the consequences should be clear. We don't need to consult about it. If we are going to look after the environment we live in, we need to take action at times. This is a simple action. It's saying we're suspending until the experts, none of which are here, on that environment can make a decision on what needs to happen in the future. So I suggest, my fellow councillors, we put this up and see whether the state government will see the right way to doing the right thing by the state forests.
Councillor Patterson, you speaking for or against, or question?
I'd like to put a change to this notice of motion.
So you're suggesting an amendment?
Yeah. That A, B and C and D be retained, and that 2 is replaced by council makes representation to A, B, C and D to learn from the faults of the current management of our state's forests and national parks.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, I consider, in
It's
my opinion,
foreshadowed.
that's
It's a foreshadow.
completely different. It should be a foreshadowed motion.
It is just foreshadowed motion.
Yeah,
So you can't actually.
but where that comes from, Madam Mayor, is that I believe that those stakeholders have not, agreeing with Councillor McGinn, that they have not been consulted, because we don't know the full extent of the reasoning of why we're in our current position.
You can't speak for your foreshadows. You can only just highlight that that's what you're going to foreshadow. Councillor Baxter.
I'd like to speak against the motion on the supporting Councillor McGinn, in the point that when I phoned Solar Timbers and asked them, they said to me that Forestry Corporation is not logging any of the burnt out area of the valley, that they would not go into that burnt out area. It would damage the soil, and they're waiting for the rain to bring back ground cover, and that the only logging that's occurring is in the untouched forest, and that it is selective logging. And I then also said, as far as suspension of logging, I said, how would that affect your operation? He said, well, it would have an immediate effect, and they would lay off workers. So I agree with
We just need to consult.
yeah, I would say, you know, as far as what do we want from these politicians, you know, if anything should be happening now, we should be sending people up there building catchment dams in these gullies and valleys, and when that flooding rain comes, we don't want all that topsoil washing into the river. So I mean, we should be managing the forest better. That's what we should be doing.
Do I have another speaker for the motion?
Against the motion, Madam Mayor. Is that appropriate, or
Or have we got another speaker for?
Oh, well, I'll withdraw then.
Right of reply?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I find it disappointing that I can't get something like this up. It, in my mind, is a logical step to try to protect the remaining wildlife that haven't been severely impacted by the drought. It should not be all that long a period that the assessments would need to be undertaken. Obviously, that period, though, does depend on when we have adequate rainfall. There is also considerable groundswell in both government and in the media to implement such a procedure. Hopefully, it will get up without our support into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to put the motion, all in favour of the motion, all against the motion. The motion has been lost. We have an amendment, Councillor. No, foreshadowed. Do you want to go with your foreshadowed?
Madam Mayor, I have to apologise that I think that possibly my foreshadowed motion is possibly a little bit made on the run, and I don't believe that's the way we should make decisions in our council. So I am going to withdraw that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going right back to the beginning of the meeting. (7.1). Thank you, General Manager.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We're agreeing. Yeah, exactly. You don't consult people who are
No, Madam Mayor, who is it?
What number are we up to?
7.1.
The Mayoral Minutes. I assume
It's a
you-
mayoral minute, and it doesn't need to be seconded.
Yep.
This is really it's a procedural motion that we put before about our interim performance review, which will be undertaken in January, which is next month. So it's just that the information be noted and that we delegate the tasks necessary for the completion of the performance review to the performance review panel, and that all councillors are be provided with the opportunity for input and feedback, and that the Mayor be delegated authority to finalise all the arrangements for the review panel to be convened, and that will be done through through the Mayor's office, and hopefully the councillors will read and provide that input and feedback. I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation?
Sorry, I had a question.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I'll have to put it up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question, of course, we have a new Deputy Mayor in Councillor Patterson, and it says that he will be trained in performance management. Has that been undertaken, or will that be undertaken by the 29th of January?
No, that will be undertaken by the convener when he comes, and we will all go through it again, as we always do.
So he'll be trained up then?
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Mayor, another question. The recommendation is quite clear, that councillors are to be provided with an opportunity for input and feedback. You and I both hope that there will be feedback, but we don't rarely get something. But will the result of this panel be forwarded to councillors as a report to council or as an email from you?
It will come back the same way as it always does, through the convener, our reviewer.
Yes.
Who actually emails it, I believe.
To all councillors.
Which report? Only what we.
The panel report. Yes.
The panel report.
Yes.
Is to council, to the panel.
Okay.
It's the committee of the panel,
So
and then the recommendations come to the councillors.
And they will vote that at the February meeting. Is that the plan?
That's what we know. Well, if it's completed by the February meeting.
Okay, right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just thought I'd ask those questions before we...
That's why we have the review panel.
Yep.
Someone can go and get the general manager. Oh, we haven't voted. All in favour?
And please submit.
I'd like to move the next motion in the Delegates.
It's a mayoral minute. You can. I'm sorry this was a bit late, but I did mean to bring this to the November meeting. But most of us were at that conference, and we have already had motions from that. So it's mostly as it is. It's information from our annual conference. I put the recommendation. All in favour?
Again,
it's been
questions?
carried. Oh, you had some questions?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes, the intergovernmental agreement...
You need to be quick. I couldn't see it.
Sorry. Again, I need a flashing light on my head. The intergovernmental agreement to guide New South Wales state local government relations on strategic partnerships, which was presented at the meeting and has been signed by the Premier, the Deputy Premier, the Minister for Local Government and Linda Scott on the 14th of October. I'm just surprised that in there, that the strategic partnerships section, and maybe you can explain it to me because I don't understand it, that the strategic policies, priorities and plans are the Premier's priorities. Would the Premier's priorities be her government's or just hers? It just seems a bit strange there.
That's what it's called, and they're put out, and we all see them. It comes out in a leaflet of some sort, and they're called the Premier's priorities, and that's common. What it doesn't matter who the Premier is.
Yes.
It's been going on for quite some time.
Yes. And finally, on page 5, it says that the agreement is not legally enforceable, but it'll be adapted by basically goodwill to the agreement. I would hope that, and speaking on behalf of local government, I guess you would support this, that there will always be consideration of what the council on local government New South Wales positions are on any changes to our costing, especially with the cost shifting. So I ask you, Madam Mayor, will this occur, in your opinion, that we won't have things imposed on us like in the past history of councils?
I can tell you this much. I can't guarantee anything. There was a ceremony around this signing, and it was very well supported by the whole of the assembly that was there to watch the actual signing. It was very symbolic, and I don't believe, and things can change, whoever's the minister, whoever's the head of local government New South Wales, but the symbolic nature of what took place at the ceremony of the signing was a real step forward to a way of working collaboratively in partnership. From the conference, there was a lot of debate about things that are brought forward and put on us at the last minute, particularly around when we had the levy for the fires. So I believe that this was a real step forward for local government of the signing of this agreement. As you say, it's voluntary. We all know that there are agreements that are voluntary, and it's up to the goodwill of both parties or all signature parties to honour that. So that was one part of the conference that was quite special, really.
Madam Mayor, can I also just add that in addition to that, there was considerable mention made of the fact that everybody that was a signatory and who they were responsible for, the intention is for that goodwill to shine through, and considerable comment was made of the fact that whilst there was such a document previously, it slipped into non-use and hadn't been actually used for the last 2 to 3 years. So there was considerable fanfare made about the progress that had been made in mending the relationship between local government New South Wales, local councils and the state government.
Okay, I put the...
And one final question,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. In the body of your report, and you talk about the keynote speakers, the first one was James O'Loughlin, and he's talking about a book on innovation as a state of mind. He talks about different techniques, and I would presume that you or the General Manager took notes of what these techniques might be able to be used for. Are there any of those techniques able to be used by Kempsey Shire Council, especially in the innovative ideas happening out at the airport, which is on the agenda for today?
Well, I haven't actually read the 7 books. I would say that we're probably already doing some of what was brought forward by James O'Loughlin at his presentation. And I think, and this is my personal view, innovation is a state of mind, and that's basically what he was talking about. And innovation is not actually sometimes coming up with new things, it's a different way about doing things, and it all relates to the position you are in at the moment.
I can probably just add to that, Madam Mayor, that yes, we are already, I believe, doing a range of things that he talked about. He talked about habitual thinking being the enemy of innovation and the need to actually question everything, which certainly we are doing here. Standing up to it's too hard, which means providing strong leadership, pushing through issues at times, and also standing up to the issue of a fear of failure, that failure is part of the learning process and success comes from overcoming that fear of failure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
We put the recommendation all in favour, all against. That's been carried. 8.1.
Madam Mayor, I move with an amendment.
Yes.
And that is that that Council notes the minutes and adopts the recommendations of the Local Traffic Committee meeting of the 3rd of December with the following amendments. With the following amendments, that the minutes be amended and Councillor Williams be referred to and in the future as the council delegate, as he is not the Deputy Mayor at this point of time.
Through Madam Mayor, I don't believe Council can actually alter the Traffic Committee minutes. What you could put is a recommended to the Traffic Committee when they meet next to make that change.
Okay, no worries.
We've only got delegation to adopt the recommendations, not to amend the minutes.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, cool.
I think we should put it as point 2, and point 2 should be that we advise
Yeah.
the minute taker
maybe that I just be referred to in future as council delegate.
We've done the...
A couple of questions, Madam Mayor, on that, if I could.
Yes, there's... Councillor Williams has still got his light on.
No.
Questions?
In the actual minutes on page... Oh, not numbered. 1.4, previous minutes, the business arising... I don't know where that page is. It's the second page, sorry. We've got Ravenswood Road, Cundabung at 2.2, and it's got signs for speed zone change at 100 kilometres an hour. The work order was issued on the 8th of July, and the completion date was the 12th of September. I'm just wondering why there was such a delay. 3 months.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a number of the actions that come out of the Traffic Committee require expenditure, obviously, of council funds. There's obviously no guarantee that those funds are available, but obviously in this instance, that would have been able to occur more than likely out of maintenance funds. Unlikely to have needed to have been an urgent need based on the fact that it was an increase in speed limit. So I think 2 months is more than reasonable.
Okay, well the other one, of course, would be the Smith Street 10 kilometre an hour shared zone signs and line marking. Again, a decision was made on 8th of July and it's not commenced. Again, what's the delay in obtaining the signs and the road markings being done?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take that on notice and follow up on that. It's my understanding there was obviously a safety implication in that one. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may speak.
Yes, Councillor.
A question on 4.1.
Councillors. Councillor Saul has the floor.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, a question on 4.1, the speed zone adjustment for Kemp Street in Kempsey. A local resident has requested the reduction of the existing 70k an hour speed zone in Kemp Street, West Kempsey. Now, should council consult further before we adopt this speed reduction?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the setting of speed limits is a function of the Transport for New South Wales now. So they undertake an assessment based on obviously a range of criteria to determine what the appropriate speed limit should be. In this instance, they've indicated that amendment of that speed limit would be appropriate.
Councillor Horval?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, on the page on West Kempsey Town Centre directional signs, I believe the traffic bridge has got a eastern side and a western side of it, but we're going to put signs on the northern end of the traffic bridge, which is the whole length of the northern face, which is obviously not correct. So is it the eastern end or the western end that the signs directing traffic would be located?
West.
The western end, okay. Okay, thank you. That is just, I was wondering where they're going to put the signs. Hopefully it'll get people not lost.
I'm going to put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation, all against. It's been carried. 9.1.
Happy to move that way, Madam Mayor, the annual report.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson.
Would you like me to speak to it very briefly?
If you'd like to speak to it, there's any for, yeah?
Unless councillors just want to vote for it, but I guess the annual report as tabled should be adopted. There are 3 parts to the report for those who've been through it. There's part A, which is the summary of council's performance and governance across the Shire, which is at a high level, and it's very nicely formatted. There's part B, which is the detailed reports of activities and operations, including council's achievements in implementing the operating plan against the targets that we had set. And then part C is the part that Geoff spoke to earlier today as the external auditor, being the audited financial statements for the financial year 18-19, resulting in a $2.3 million deficit. I would just like to note that the Audit Office of New South Wales, as our external auditor mentioned, has expressed an unmodified opinion on Council's financial results. And I'd also like to note that this is the first year that we've had an Audit and Risk Committee, which have been able to be part of the finalising of the process, and that has worked really well, and that the external auditor actually attends those audit committee meetings, and so I'd like to commend the annual report and the audited financial statements be adopted.
I'm just going to make a comment before I take Councillor Baxter. Are you speaking against the recommendation?
No, just a comment.
What I would like to say is to thank Councillor McGinn for her representation on the Audit and Risk Committee, and the value that that's added to our operation here. It was a long time coming, getting the Audit and Risk Committee, but I think it has been one of those things, along many of the things, that have improved how we perform. And I agree, this annual report is presented in the three parts, are really well presented and easy for councillors and for the community to understand and interpret. Councillor Baxter, questions, speaking against?
Thank you, Chair. Now, just a comment. I'd like to compliment the Director on how eminently readable the report is for the layperson, and how well it sets out what the Council's achieved. And I'd like to also highlight on page 4 there, part 1, a total visitors to the Shire 540,000 for last year, up from 500,000 the previous year. I think that's a great thing to see more people coming to the valley. And I notice on the same page, the 5 holiday parks occupancy rate is up 6.5%. So it looks good. Looks like more tourists are coming, more jobs are available for locals. And thank you, Director, for a great report.
I put the recommendation. All in favour? All
Madam
against?
Mayor, I'm going to move an amendment. Oh, sorry. .2, the airport flying. Do I have a? Yes, that'll be recorded. Do I have a seconder? 9.2, it's the air fly Neighbourly. Thank you, Councillor McGinn. It's been moved by Councillor Patterson. No, Councillor, yes? Yes. Do you wish to speak, or is there any dissent?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to...
Is your light on? Councillor Morris, is your light on?
It's not on yet, but it will be.
Yeah, I'd just like to applaud all the committees involved and council staff in putting this fine Neighbourly agreement together. Thank you.
Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Hall.
I have an amendment, Madam Mayor,
And the amendment?
that this decision be deferred until the February council meeting, and that a request for CARG to meet and discuss the final report. And
That's a foreshadowed motion. It's
no, I'm deferring this to the next meeting. That's what I'm saying. Not some shadow.
CARG to meet isn't just a minor change.
But it's there that they are being disbanded. So what I'm saying, don't disband them. That's my motion.
Yes, okay, I'll take it as
until
foreshadowed.
they meet and
Yep.
discuss the final Fly Neighbourly advice report, and then they can have a submission back to the council meeting, which will make a decision on this. So that's my amendment. We just suspend making a decision until February.
Do I have a seconder?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
It's been seconded by Councillor Morris.
But quickly speaking to it, Madam Mayor.
I just take the question from Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, what has been, to the GM, if I may please, what's been the cost to develop the FNA, please?
Mr Mitchell might be able to give more detail, but certainly there's been some costs in terms of the consultant and also we've had TAG and also a consultant pilot. In addition to that, there's been considerable staff costs in terms of staff time and resources tied up with developing this, but Mr Mitchell might be able to give you a bit more idea.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to get the breakup between what's been expended externally, like with the consultant, between the F&A piece of this work and the noise management plan, I'd need to come back, take that on notice and come back to councillors. I think just backing up, regardless, we spent a fairly significant amount, obviously, externally with consultants over the last 18 months or so in terms of developing both the noise management plan and the fly Neighbourly agreement. I think in terms of costs from staff time, that would probably exceed that in terms of the amount of staffing that's gone into this over the last 18 months as well.
I'm just going to ask a question before you speak to your motion. When was the last time CARG met?
3rd of December.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, CARG last met on the 3rd of December. At that point in time, there was no concerns at all with the process. We only had 2 members attend that CARG meeting for various reasons. One was out of town, and another member had a sort of a minor family matter that came up, or I shouldn't say minor, had a family matter that came up which prevented them from actually attending. That CARG member subsequently had sent an email out congratulating the staff on the process. And there was no concerns raised at that meeting on the 3rd of December from either the chair of CARG or the other CARG member that was in attendance as to process. We'd had obviously been engaging with them regularly throughout the development of the Fly Neighbourly agreement, in addition to all the work that was done for the noise management plan. So, yeah, I don't see that there's much value, I guess, from my perspective, but in terms of another meeting.
No, I'll get Councillor to speak to his motion.
Thank you,
Then
Madam
I'll
Mayor.
have. I'm sure there'll be other questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move this because we've been given advice from SCAG and from the President of CARG that there are issues still outstanding on the final document that's been put out, and it's 14 pages of interesting reading, and yes, the bottom part of it is that it's a non-enforceable document, but it's also good advice for local pilots and local training aircraft, and for the fact that it's been going on for over 2 years, this process, for us to not have to, or try to make the decision today when it could be made in February, it will make very little difference to the final document, but it should be able to be assessed again by CARG, which is the group we as council appointed to review all of this information, and they've been working hard at it, and there's been an application from a couple of them that they would like to address the final document and report back and suggest possible changes. Again, that would depend on what the staff decide would be reasonable, but for us, we've got a document that, according to emails I've received, is flawed in a number of areas, and if there is any flaws, we should fix them before we make a final decision. So that's why I'm suggesting this decision be deferred until the February Council meeting, not referred, I don't think, and that we ask CARG to meet to discuss the final Neighbourly advice report, and I'm sure that if you support this, CARG would be happy to meet and give us some final advice, and that would make a more final document that is truly a consultative document that has been brought to us after a lot of work, and we shouldn't give up at the last hurdle and say too far to get to the finish line. Let's fix this final little problem and make sure that we have CARG on board, and when they've had a final look and their advice comes to us, we can sign off on it. So I ask you to support this deferral. Thank you.
Councillor McGinn.
Madam Mayor and Councillors, I'm not sure if Councillor Hallville is actually being selective in the emails that he's reading and the advice that he's been given, but one of the ones I've received, as has been shared to all councillors, is from one of the CARG members, and if I can just quote what he says, I'm writing in response to the last email from Adam on behalf of CARG, in which I'm providing his perspective. CARG was established to oversee the framework of a noise management study and to provide feedback on how this study was to be carried out, and by making recommendations along the way before this was submitted for final public comments and any decisions by council. He goes on to say the CARG process, I believe, was followed diligently, and any legitimate concerns raised have been progressively addressed at each stage by the airport group, Steve and Gaylene, in consultation with the CARG committee. They had their final meeting on Tuesday the 3rd of December, and Adam and himself, this is from Gary Scott, who was a community member, were quite happy with the end process, and no additional questions or concerns were raised. He just goes on to say he therefore records his objection to any further delays on the finalisation of this report, as he believes the scope of the CARG committee for which it was established has fulfilled the role it was established for all its intents and purposes, completed its brief. So I support the original motion.
Councillor Morris.
I'm not speaking for or against. I'm asking for a foreshadowed amendment, or notifying you of a potential foreshadowed amendment.
Yes, Councillor.
What is it?
I don't need to say that. Depending on the outcome of this amendment, the foreshadowed amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I've just got a question.
It may indicate, though, whether people vote for or against.
Madam Mayor, if you want to know what my foreshadowed amendment is that we add a point 5 to the bottom of the recommendation, as was discussed last night, and that is that Council makes the adherence with the FMA and condition of any agreement that Council has with an operator at the airport. Now, that was given as a response to a question that I asked at the October Council meeting, the November Council meeting. That has not been articulated as a resolution of Council, and I believe that for the interests of the community, knowing that there is a way forward of making the FNA enforceable, we should be including that as part of a resolution of Council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question of Councillor Morris, please?
Yes, Councillor.
Your point 5, Councillor Morris, could it be added to the recommendation if we defer the decision today and add it to the next meeting?
I believe it's not appropriate to add it to the amendment. It would be appropriate to add it to the amendment when it comes back for consideration.
No, not the amendment, Councillor Morris. If this decision is deferred to the next council meeting in February, could you move that amendment to that one, whatever the recommendation is?
You just answered that.
Whenever it is finally considered by Council, yes. I'll be asking for that to either be an amendment, or if it's not in the original motion, hopefully it will just be in the original motion because it's been foreshadowed as a request at this stage.
Are you speaking for or against?
I've just got
a
question. Through you, Madam Mayor. If this is adopted today, could we just get outlined? I know the answer, but I just wanted to make sure. Exactly when this will be re-looked at or reviewed.
It's 12 months.
I understand. Thank you.
I just want to ask a question. This was out for 5 weeks, public exhibition, the document. There hasn't been much change to it.
No.
CARG were involved in the original document that was put out for 5 weeks. So they've had a long time to consider this.
Yeah,
is my point.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. CARG, obviously, we had meetings with them in terms of the finalisation of the document that went out on public exhibition. Given that we extended the public exhibition period for 1 week as a result of the bushfires, and on request of a few bit of correspondence we got requesting that, which we accommodated, the meeting at the 3rd of December with CARG, we didn't have the final version as such that was attached, but we effectively had talked through the changes that were being made and indicated to them at that meeting that there was, based on the consultation and then the review both by staff and the consultants of the public submissions that we received, there would only be some minor changes made to the final version. Those changes are what's articulated in the attachment with this report, and plus the inclusions which are alluded to in the report, where there was a couple of additional paragraphs inserted just to make it clear that safety obviously has to take a sort of priority over other measures. So. Yeah, there was consultation the whole way through. Obviously, as everyone's aware, the noise management plan was adopted at the June council meeting, and so in my opinion, this process hasn't been rushed. We've taken the time. We've had significant consultation with SCAG, and their input, has been good the whole way through in terms of meeting with us and providing input into the final version that went out on public exhibition.
Where are we up to? Speaker 4. Speaker 4. We're in the amendment. Put the amendment. All in favour of the amendment. All against the amendment. The amendment that has been lost. We're back to the original motion with the foreshadowed
amendment.
number point
So
5.
Now got another amendment. Yeah.
I have amendment 2, Madam Mayor.
Could we
Yeah,
please
it's
just
about to be
see?
put up.
Yeah, great.
I haven't got it written down this time.
Do you accept if Councillor Patterson and Councillor McGinn would accept that number 5?
They want to see it written down before they can consider doing it.
No, in the original amendment though, when you see the original motion. Oh dear.
Craig, we probably need to put in there any new or renewal or extension of agreements, because we can't just make it to all agreements. We can only make it when they're renewed. Yeah. And even some reviews we will be able to, and some reviews we won't be able to. So.
So your amendment is? So we're back to this original motion that has at 5, but there's an amendment being flagged by Councillor.
The amendment is 5.
5 is the amendment.
Yeah.
Which is just adding point 5, which has been incorporated.
Can someone who, either Gayleen or through the General Manager, Gayleen or Steve, a comment on that part 5, please, as to whether that's too restrictive or whether it should be there?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We've discussed that, and as Councillor Morris alluded to, words to that effect were included in response to a question a month or two ago that formed part of the business paper. I don't know if Galen would. I just might ask, through you, Madam Mayor, can I get
Yeah.
The manager to talk further to that.
It's probably just worth noting that that would be a mechanism that council would use to enforce the FNA for local operators. However, it would relate to how it would relate is that it would be a termination of or a breach of the lease agreement or the conditions of use. Doesn't necessarily mean that council could stop someone from flying into Kempsey Airport 100%.
Yes.
So is that actually an advantageous outcome in terms of if you're running a business out there?
Sorry, I don't understand the question, Councillor McGinn.
How many other airports have an adherence to an F&A condition on their restriction on their usage?
Very few.
How many?
Don't have the exact number, but out of 700 odd airports operating in Australia, would be very few.
Craig. Can I take? Yeah. Through you, Madam. What we're not, obviously, ordinarily a lot of these items would be included as just part of the normal whatever agreement that would be entered into with an operator in any event, so conditions of use agreement and all leases, so which obviously we don't have visibility of what's in other airports' agreements in terms of their own conditions of use. I don't.
The FNA is recommended to be published as part of the ERSA, but it is an additional, I suppose, mechanism that council could have for any large-scale operator to comply with the FNA.
Which is a voluntary agreement.
It is a voluntary agreement, but if you have it as part of the lease agreement, and you do have a large-scale operator that requires a premise at the airport, then it is a mechanism to enforce that FNA.
So,
in your professional view, would that restrict people wanting to utilise our airport if we had that in our agreements? I think that's what Councillor McGinn was getting at.
My opinion, well, if we look at the public exhibition process, we consulted with all local airport operators, and we did not receive an objection against the FNA.
That would indicate that.
That is correct, yeah.
So you could live with it. General Manager, your comment?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, certainly 0.5 is something we can actually work with and work with any new and renewed agreements going forward.
My question as a mover is if we were to enter into agreement with an operator during this next 12 months, that a change and a review in the actual Fly Neighbourly agreement will come back to council in 12 months. If that change was made, would that be retrospective on the current agreements that we have with the users?
That would depend on how the agreement's written, but normally no, you'd be your agreement would be as per the terms and conditions when you sign that agreement.
My concern is that we are obviously looking for business with a new proposal that's coming out at the airport, and it is not it's not necessarily a flying business. I really would not want to restrict the possibility of the business being successful with employment, jobs, etc. coming. I mean, if we're reviewing this every 12 months, could not we, when this come back to us in 12 months, could not we say then we need to imply number 5?
That's a decision of council which you're about to make. As we've said, from a staff point of view, we have no issues with 5 being included.
So we have Fly Neighbourly agreement, which hardly any airport in New South Wales had. So we want to go further with it. So, I really, while I agree with the process, I don't agree with putting more restrictions on possibility of businesses and investments which we've already lost quite a bit of, in my opinion. So at this moment, I don't support the inclusion of number 5.
So we would then need to go to amendment. Whilst the staff understand that they could work with this, they could work with number 5. you want to take it out.
It's fine, there's no objection.
I'll second it.
Go with it. Go with it, Anthony.
I'll second the.
Yeah, I did, but it's up to the mover.
It's up to the mover.
So Madam Mayor,
But I'm happy with it.
my seconder, and speaking with councillors now, if the staff are happy that they can work with that, and we will review it in 12 months' time, I'm happy to accept it now.
Okay, so you'll keep that in your motion, which is exactly the same as the amended motion, I think. So it's been incorporated in the motion. Thank you, councillor. I'm really conscious of the fact that we're probably more like in workshop. When we can't, Councillor Horville's flagged an amendment. So we'll listen to the amendment.
All right, my amendment, and I'm hopefully Councillor Patterson will support this, but if he doesn't, I'll make it separate. I move 1 to 5 as shown in the amendment as moved and supported by the original mover, and amend the final document, the Fly Neighbourly Agreement, and add in maximum of 2 training aircraft in the circuit at any one time. The second bit, no twin engine training aircraft in the circuit. Mufflers and silencers, mandatory for training aircraft, but retain and encourage for other operators.
This would have to be a foreshadowed motion.
No, it's adding to that motion, Madam Mayor.
No, it's changing it, and there's no mention of those sort of things in the original report. So I'm going to have to take it as a foreshadowed.
Madam Mayor, if I may make the point about it.
You want to argue with the ruling?
No, I don't want to argue with the ruling. I just explain why I'm moving it.
I understand that, but and you can explain why you are moving it when you can talk to it as your motion if it gets up as a foreshadowed motion. So if you could just outline what your foreshadowed motion would be.
Well, the foreshadowed motion, Madam Mayor, is exactly what's there, 1 to 5, but we amend the final document with these 4 points to look after the community that live around the airport, the 3,000 people who live around the airport. And that's what my amended... Could I just finish outlining that, and then you can take it as a foreshadowed?
You talk to it after. It's foreshadowed.
If this one's voted down, my foreshadowed would come up, my understanding of procedures.
Yeah.
So, again, I'd amend the final document as a point 6, that there be a maximum of 2 training aircraft in the circuit at one time, no twin-engine training aircraft in the circuit. Mufflers and silencers be mandatory for training aircraft, but retain and encourage for other operators. And transponders, mandatory for training aircraft, retain if fitted for other operators. So that would be my
That's
additional...
the foreshadowed motion.
That would be my foreshadowed motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Where are we? Councillor Patterson, you have the right of reply.
Madam Mayor, I would like to speak.
Oh, you're speaking against.
If it's right of reply, it closes debate.
It does,
and
yes.
we haven't had any speakers against.
No, you haven't.
The motion. Madam Mayor, I can't support this motion. I was very concerned when I read the Fly Neighbourly advice. I note that after the public consultation, we noted a comment to recognise the residential development around the airport in the main body. There's no mention in the summary at all, and most pilots will just read the summary. I find it quite strange that we don't at least acknowledge that there is rural residential development and fairly extensive rural residential development all around the airport. In my mind, there are 3 principal noise-sensitive areas, but there are other residential development that are noise-sensitive. They should at least be mentioned, in my opinion, in more comprehensively in the document. So on that basis, I just cannot support the current Fly Neighbourly advice.
Thank you, Councillor.
Isn't Councillor Patterson going to close?
Well, you've got a question?
You have a question, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, question?
In the motion we moved and seconded and became the resolution of council, we talked about a 5 kilometre radius around the airport. Nowhere in the document is 5 kilometre radius at all mentioned. It only mentions the 3 noise sensitive areas of Aldervilla Primary School, Jargon and Green Hill Public School. Why was there no consideration of putting in place the 5 kilometre radius into this advice, which is all about the people around the airport, which was a decision of council?
I'm just going to ask the contradiction over here.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The fly enable advice, Councillor Horville, is obviously to principally, and particularly the operational summary at the front, is to give advice to pilots, and that's why it's practical in terms of its application, in terms of pointing out those noise-sensitive areas, and particularly the items that have been identified in there around circuit operations, etc. It wasn't, I guess, considered relevant in terms of this document that would actually add any context to the way that we would want them to interpret the fly enabling and therefore comply with it.
Councillor Baxter.
It's a question only. Just a question, Chair.
I'll take Councillor Baxter, then I'll take Councillor Saul.
Just to point up a point of confusion, Councillor Morris's amendment point 5 there that we've just accepted. So we're to read that you would say, you're saying that Councillor makes adherence with a better fly enable agreement. Is that what you're saying? Is that what should be written in point 5? Because you just moved, you're now asking us to amend the fly enable agreement that you just said in point 5.
No,
we should make
I have
adherence
said that I cannot support the adoption of the fly enabling agreement. I strongly support point 5, but to vote for that, I have to vote for 4 points that I disagree with. Point 5 has been accepted by my fellow councillors, and I'm quite certain that the motion as worded will get up. So my intention was to get point 5 up, but just because I disagree with the FNA does not mean that I shouldn't fight for an improvement of the enhanceability of it.
But surely you can see it is implicit. It is
Councillor-
implicit they're accepting
Councillor
this
Baxter,
FNA.
you can't argue with an answer. Councillor Saul.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify even further, point 5, did the Director consider including a point of that in his original recommendation? Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we didn't, because it wasn't in there. But as the General Manager has alluded to, staff are happy to work with that as being part of the recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Patterson, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy with where we're going now. This is being reviewed in 12 months' time. There will be a new council by that time. Then we will move forward with what we have. We will see how this FNA has worked, how it has, how it hasn't. We'll see what we need to do to improve it or to change it. And I implore my fellow councillors to support this motion.
Thank you, councillors. I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation? All against the recommendation? The recommendation has been carried. Whoa, thank you, councillors. 9.3 is the application for Building Better Region Fund. There is a recommendation. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Yes. 9.3, do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McGinn.
Yes.
I have an amendment, Madam Mayor.
There's an amendment, and the amendment is?
Right, in the recommendation, submit an application for the Macleay Valley Adventure Park. I would like to change that to submit an application for the Kempsey Shire Adventure Park, the Recreation Park, and the acronym would be KSARP. That's my amendment, because we, according to the Mayor, the General Manager, we still haven't changed our name to Macleay Valley.
Do I have a seconder for the amendment? The amendment lapses. Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baxter.
Yes, I'd recommend the council support this motion. This is something that our valley's screaming out for. You probably all remember 3 short years ago we had unemployment at 11.6%. Now, anything that's going to attract employment, anything that's going to create employment in this valley is a good thing. And this tourist, and for locals, a fantastic amenity. I think to have this done out there at the airport, to have this project where hundreds and hundreds of people can come and enjoy themselves, skydiving, the rest of it, and create hundreds of jobs. I think it's a wonderful thing for the valley, and I applaud the General Manager for his efforts in pulling this together. This sort of business proposal, it's a real talent to get a business proposal together. And if we can get the government support, the government grant support, and create this, and create another business in the valley, I mean, there's 600 unemployed people out there right now. And we're constantly reading of violence and crime in our valley. To create work for these people, to give people employment, to get the valley moving is a wonderful thing. So I highly recommend it to fellow councillors, and I applaud the General Manager in his efforts at putting this together. It's a fantastic project.
Question, or you speaking against?
Speaking for.
No, we've had one speaker for. We need a speaker against. It's a question or another amendment?
Question, Madam Mayor. I really don't understand a couple of things in the report. On page 19, I'm sure someone on council can explain this. It talks about a 10-year time frame in table 1 compared to 30 years, or comparison to 30 years, and it's got benefit cost ratios of 4, 7, 10. Can that be explained, because I'm not too sure what those figures mean?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, when they do a benefit cost ratio, they actually look at what the likely benefits are given the costs, and they'll do that over a period of different periods of time, so in this case 10 and 30 years, and they also put a indicator on it of different percentages that, depending on where the economy and where rates and that are sitting at the time, it allows for those sort of different interpretations to actually be dealt with. Sorry? Scenarios. Yeah, scenarios. Yeah, so they're the 4, 7, 10%. So.
And this is the return on each dollar invested, is that what?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what it's indicating.
So each of them are positive. We're not losing money in any one of those scenarios.
What this scenario, this business analysis actually indicated.
Okay, and on page 17, Mr. General Manager, through Mayor, we've got at the bottom it talks about in July 2019 a grant application was submitted. Has that been progressed? Have we got any reply? Is there a chance that a grant will come through?
We've got no reply. The Growing Local Economies grant program is actually being reviewed by the state government at the moment. We're still waiting to hear from them. We understand this application is still being assessed, though, while that's going on. What we've been doing with conversations with both our state and local member, also with the Deputy Premier and the Deputy Prime Minister, is in conversations with all of them, is trying to get the state and federal government bureaucrats to talk together so that they jointly fund this project.
So we don't have a time frame and when the decision will be made, Mr. General Manager?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any dissent? I put the recommendation.
Madam Mayor, it's not so much dissent. I'm in favour of the project. My concern is that we are looking at 350 to 450 in additional cash and non-cash items into the budget into the future. That represents 2% of our rates, or around 2%, which means that we either need to find that amount of money each year as savings or by reductions in services, or we need to accept that there needs to be a 2% increase in rates. At the current economic situation, I don't think our community can afford too much more of an impost in rates. So, and I know this is going to be an economic drive within our community, but it's not going to be an economic driver to council. Have you got any comments or thoughts on that, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, I don't disagree with your comments at all. These decisions are always difficult, and there's always a tension between trying to provide something that may drive the local economy, and it has a strain on the council's figures. At the same time, there is the need to actually take that leadership role. Every year, council's building new capital, and therefore it's adding to its depreciation then as well. And if we look back over the last 10 years, our depreciation is, continuing to increase because we continue to build new capital as well. It's part and parcel of it. It's the way we actually build that into the long-term financial planning, and we're at that stage where we're doing that at the moment in terms of our financial sustainability. Should council wish to proceed with this, and should the grants be successful, then we need to build that depreciation and costs into the future budgets.
The community needs to be aware of that potential additional impost.
That's correct, and that's, I guess, one of the reasons we've put this up here with as much detail as we can at this point in time. But it's all the same, also exactly the same with any other capital. We're about to spend $10 million in new capital down at Verd Street, for example. That'll come with similar depreciation. And again, we build that sort of thing into our budgets.
Mr. General Manager, won't there be a lease that will offset the depreciation, so there'll be lease income?
There'll be lease with income. Just what that offsets, it's probably more likely to offset the ongoing maintenance costs, not necessarily the depreciation.
Councillor Hawble, you're speaking against the recommendation? I'm going to put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation? The recommendation has been carried. Thank you, councillors. We've done 9.4. 9.5, it was withdrawn. It's been moved by Councillor McGinn and seconded by Councillor Patterson. Councillor Saul, are you speaking against?
Well, actually, I withdrew this, but anyway, I'll have to move an amendment if I may.
Yes, it's a planning proposal. I don't know if we can amend planning, but depends what the amendment is.
Well, it's direct negative.
Well, then it's foreshadow.
It's foreshadowed then, okay.
And your foreshadow is?
That KLEP AM23 remains active.
We have a recommendation. It's been moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor McGinn. Councillor Patterson, do you want to speak? Any dissent on? So, Councillor, you can speak against if that's what you wish to do.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just that I'm concerned that if this is not proceeding and it is shelved for quite some time, it will stifle development in the village of Frederickton. I think that while there is development in one area, I think we need to make sure we don't shut down possibilities of further development. Now, while we mention the sewage scheme, well, eventually that will be changed. But my concern is that if it is shelved, it may be very difficult to get this activated. So if it remains active on our books, when it is required, it may be easier to activate.
Councillor Morris?
Just a question, Madam Mayor. I can't recall, and I haven't had the time to go back and check the history to this. Was this an application put in by council, or was it an application put in on behalf of a developer? I think it was by council, wasn't it?
By council.
Yeah. So therefore, all costs have been borne by council, and all future costs will be borne by council. We're not impacting on any private developer. That's correct.
Can I just ask another question? If a private developer comes along and wants to reactivate this, they can at their cost?
Yes, through you, Madam
And
Mayor.
pick up the work we've already
That would be
done.
correct. Obviously, there would be inclusions in there regarding provision of water, of sewer infrastructure in particular.
Yeah, so that's probably Councillor Hall light on. No. Thank you. So we've got a motion. We've had no more dissent. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour of the motion, all against the motion. The motion has been carried. Now, where are we? 9.6 was taken out. We need to... Do we have a mover, seconder? Someone wants to change the motion? Thank you, Councillor Morris. It's been seconded by Councillor Williams.
Good question, Madam Mayor.
You've got a question, or you?
Yeah, question, Madam Mayor, if I could. There are 9 recommendations in the flood report, Madam Mayor, and I don't know who I have to ask, but will point 2 actually, when it says adopt the Lower Macleay River flood study, include the recommendations being implemented? Or does that have to be explicitly put into the motion?
General Manager, the Director, yes? Yeah.
So there are 9 recommendations in the report. Do we need to have in there including implementation of the 9 recommendations, or is that implied in point 2, adopt the Lower Macleay River flood study?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Horble's correct. There's 9 recommendations that arise out of the flood study. I'd expect many of those would be able to be picked up during the following stages of the work. So that will what's contained in those recommendations, no doubt, I'd expect would inform that.
Thank you. We don't need an amendment.
I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation, all against the recommendation has been carried. 9.7 was in consensus, I think. 9.8 was as well. So was 9.8, so we must be up to 10.1, which is a notice of motion about the
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the
recommendation. Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor. Sorry, I thought it was on. Sorry, to view that movie. Subsequently, I've recommended to coordinate additional community screenings in discussion with the Mayor, who's keen to see happen. And at this stage, there's a strong probability that at least one of those additional community screenings will be conducted at Riverside Movies. And I believe that the Mayor has already had discussions with Kieran Dell in that regard. I'd also strongly believe that if we can have those DVDs available or digital download from the Kempsey libraries, it would be of great assistance to our community to be able to access it, and by providing schools versions of the movie for use by the local schools would be a tremendous asset for the schools in moving forward with some of the issues. A lot of the changes that are, or all the changes that are shown in the movie are using current technology or currently what is available to be done. The power that we have currently got in implementing those can really change our planet into the future. It shows that you don't need to spend a lot of money, you just need to be thinking and thoughtful about what you do and how you protect the planet to move forward. I won't discuss anything that's covered in the movie so that those that watch it have full appreciation as to what is covered in the movie, but it is really worth watching.
Can I just add something to that? About the discussion I had with Kieran Dell, who operates Riverside Movies. This movie has been shown in the other Majestic cinemas that they own, and he's quite open to it being facilitated. So that was in response to answer the question technically, if the technology was right to be able to have it shown in larger cinemas. And the only thing that I would add to this, because I did go to see it as a private individual, I went away, and I think everyone went away with so much hope and so much positivity. Sometimes when you talk about these subjects, it's confusing, and it doesn't always give an uplifting and positive way of going forward. But I think you'd be hard pressed to leave seeing something like this, not inspired and feeling there is something really, really good happening around the world. I mean, the more we can have that in our valley, the better off we will be. So I will definitely be supporting the motion. Do I have any speakers against the motion?
Question, Madam Mayor. Yep.
Question, Madam Mayor. Just about thank you. Just about the cost of this, and if Majestic has been screening it at their other cinemas, and they are going to screen it here, so what are we trying to do here? Just get the movie to people who don't go to the cinemas or don't have opportunities to see it. I believe in the schools, would they not have this type of thing in the schools to start with? Just a question. Cost and...
Councillor Morris might be able to answer that, but from the recommendation, I'll just add something to that, that the council investigate the viability of providing it to schools, and that if the council, if possible, provide an adequate copies of the movie of loan through the library, and that we work with the Macleay Living Sustainability to coordinate community screenings. Now, how that may occur
is yet to be worked out.
Is yet to be worked out. But we do have a new sustainability officer. Maybe that's some way we could work with them. He could work with the community. I don't see that there would probably be much cost at all in this.
To be perfectly honest, Macleay Living Sustainably coordinated the community screening at the Oddfellows Hall. The total cost for the movie and the screening rights for the movie was $385. The people that attended paid $10 admission, so there was some profit made on the night. The advantage of attending it as a community screening, as opposed to just going to the movies to watch it, is you're there with a group of people that are interested in watching it. You get to network and talk about it afterwards. In the lead up to the community screening at Oddfellows Hall, there were presentations from a range of people of their experiences with the bushfires. There was also the screening or the showing of the Save Our Recycling 1 minute clip, and encouragement of people to sign up to Save Our Recycling. So it's more than just going to the movies. A community screening gets the community together to experience and look at it.
Just a question on this. You know, I do support this, but I'm just wondering about exclusivity. Are we saying that, you know, we're going to promote other views on our economy and our communities as well?
Well, we possibly might. We might have the advantage to do that.
The other thing too, the question was asked what costs. With the schools version, it comes with unlimited screenings within the school. Mm-hmm. It provides educational resources in addition to the movie, and from memory it costs $82.50 per movie with educational resources. Yeah. Now, whether we provide a limited number that the schools can share, if that's viable or if that's allowed, or whether we look at charging a nominal fee to attend the community screening, and from the profits realised from that buy copies for the schools, that all needs to be worked out and looked at into the future. This is just a starting point.
Councillor McGinn, you're speaking against the recommendation?
No, I'm not. I'm speaking for it, but I was just going to make the suggestion that the Macleay Living Sustainability Group could easily apply for a mayoral grant, and that would probably give them the funds that they required to be able to distribute these throughout, and it would be a great leverage if we gave them the seed funding, say for half of whatever the cost is, and they contributed the other half, and that would be a way for council to work with them in a partnership. So it would take the burden also off of our staff, who have got plenty of delivery projects, and give the project to the Macleay Living Sustainability to be able to drive the project, which is their core reason for being. So I would actually recommend to them that they apply, and that doesn't go against this, but the way it could occur is that they apply for the Mayoral Community Fund to assist them to deliver this outcome, and I think we've got the mechanisms to make that happen. So yeah, that would be an easy way to progress.
Councillor Horval.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor McGinn, for a good point. Madam Mayor, or maybe the General Manager, I'm not too sure, it's a question. Under the voluntary planning agreement, we have 10 uses of the cinema in every calendar year. That would be correct. Could we use the use of the cinema for this process, and would we be able to use all the cinemas at the same time to show the movie, to say all the Year 10 kids in the Shire who turned up, and it would be a free admission, because we would be covering the cost, the use of the cinema, because we're not having to charge anyone for the use of the cinema. Would that be possible under that agreement? Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell may want to correct me on this one, but we certainly could screen it at one of the cinemas. I'm not sure our agreement allows us to have the operation of all 4 cinemas simultaneously.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Conversations that we've held with Majestic Cinemas have been very positive. Obviously, there's certain times that we can access and make use of those 10 uses of the cinema. It's something that we could pursue and discuss with them, but yeah, it's not the agreement and the VPA in terms of the specification of it's not clear as to whether you can use all 4 cinemas or one at once. But that's something that we could potentially discuss with Majestic if it was at an appropriate time that worked in with their business as well.
Madam Mayor, can I just also add that for those that haven't seen the movie and don't want to wait for a community screening and are interested in watching it, you can digitally download it for $4.99 from sites online where you have 48 hours to watch it at your leisure at home, or you can purchase it. I purchased a copy during the Black Friday Cyber Monday sales for $15.98. The normal price is $19.98. That was on Blu-ray, not on DVD, so it is readily available to purchase in the stores.
I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation? All against the recommendation? The recommendation has been carried. We're up to 10.3, which is amendment to the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I move the recommendation with some amendment. That was after point 2 was added to the original notice of motion that I forwarded into Daniel. I will read this out and then I'll hand it over because I've only got one copy of it with me. And that is to replace item 1 with that being that Council amends paragraph 23.17 of Council's Procedure 5.14 Code of Meeting Practice to read that a delegate's report may contain a substantive recommendation for debate and consideration by Council. In the event that the original recommendation of a delegate's report is to receive the report and or note the information or words to that effect, that this recommendation cannot be amended, and any attempt to amend the recommendation must be ruled out of order as being business that notice has not been duly provided prior to the meeting. This, though, does not prevent any councillor from submitting a notice of motion to a future meeting to consider any of the matters contained in the report. And then point 2 stays the same as it is. And I believe that's what the original intention was of 23.17, but it's not what 23.17 actually says within our Code of Meeting Practice.
It just actually says it succinctly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can we ask the General Manager on the impact of this?
While we're doing that, councillors, I'm really conscious of the time. Our Code of Meeting Practice says we suspend the meeting. We need to resolve at 1 o'clock whether we go through till 4 o'clock or not, or we put whatever's left on the table And defer it to another meeting. And I am also conscious of the fact that we don't meet in February, and that we have in January, and we have lunch ordered, I believe, and we have tenders that we need to finalise. So we can either consider.
Can we bring those tenants forward, Madam?
We can either stay here for another probably 2 hours, or we could break for lunch, or we could.
No way.
So that will have to go to a vote at 1 o'clock.
Is it possible to bring them tenants forward, Madam Mayor?
Can we have lunch delivered so we can continue to work with them?
They won't deliver it. Across the road. Can either do that. How long do you think that the rest of the business paper will take?
Who would know?
Yes, who knows? In what's left, it shouldn't take long, but.
So in response to the question that was asked about this, basically what it's saying is that if you're a delegate as a councillor, currently you can only put in the recommendation that we received and noted. What this is saying is you could actually put in that based on the conference, council does X, Y, Z, whatever it might be, or you can just say the report be received and noted. If it's just put in as received and noted, that cannot be amended. Is my reading of that. But it also allows, as our code currently does, if you want to put up a notice of motion at a future meeting about something that might be contained in that delegate's report, you still are able to do that, if that makes sense.
We can do that now.
The notice of motion, you can do all that now. Yes, you can. At the moment, all you can't do at the moment is the first part. The delegate report may contain a substantive recommendation. The code says you can't do that at the moment. That's all. This will change in that.
So the difference is that somebody can put in a delegate's report with a recommendation to be considered by council, rather than putting in a delegate's report saying it to be noted and a notice of motion at the same meeting
Can be done
for something that they wish to have considered. And it bars any other councillor from putting an amendment to it if the original author believes, if they believe there's something that should be discussed out of the detail of the report, they are compelled to only put up a notice of motion at the next meeting. So, if anything, it streamlines the process.
Well, I'm going to speak against it to the best of
We haven't got a second yet, Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? We've got a seconder. This isn't.
The,
Well, at the moment, you can't even put up a standard motion.
But late in a future meeting you can.
yeah, you need a motion to extend before 1.
It's not 1 o'clock yet.
I just want to do that now.
It's only 12:56.
Okay.
Can I speak against it?
Can I just, yeah, I'll wait.
Or you don't have lunch?
You've got a couple of minutes, yeah.
You want me to speak against it now, then? Well, first...
Oh, well, hang on a minute. Councillor Morris hasn't spoken for it, have you?
I haven't really, but...
I thought you were putting up a foreshadowed motion. No, you're not. No, you're speaking against.
As I just quickly mentioned before, at this stage, if a councillor goes on a conference or a workshop, or if a group of councillors go on a conference and a workshop, the only recommendation that is permissible on a delegate's report from that conference or workshop is that the report be noted. There may well be very good initiatives that are spoken about at the conference that that councillor believes should at least be considered and debated. Just because they put it there as a substantive motion does not mean it is going to be adopted. It means it is going to be considered and debated by council, which may lead to a change to it. It may lead to it being rejected, but it could also mean that we are taking opportunities to improve the quality of life for our community. At the moment, yes, you can do that, but to do that you need to put up a delegates report and a notice of motion. Why not make it so that that delegates report can subsume the recommendation from the subsequent notice of motion? My opinion also is that if there is a substantive motion, yes, you can amend that within the bounds of what that is talking about. Now, I suppose that's not stated in there, but just because there is a substantive motion, I don't believe you should be able to make an amendment which brings in another topic from. It should be restricted to the topic that's within the substantive motion or the substantive recommendation. And how that is could be massaged in there, I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to do is to make it so that if somebody believes there is information from a conference that we should consider for the benefit of our community, why make it so there has to be two reports? Why not just have one and consider it there and then, done and dusted? Or would people prefer to have two reports instead of one?
Well, I'm going to speak against it if I can.
We need a motion to extend. But what I am going to do, before I do that, before one, we've got to do it now. Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I move a motion that we extend the meeting until the conclusion of this item? We then adjourn for lunch and come back for the remainder of the meeting after that.
Do I have a seconder? All in favour? Thank you, that's carried. Councillor McGinn, you're speaking against.
I'd like to speak against this motion, as I understand it. But first of all, I'd like to acknowledge how good is it that there's an acknowledgement that actually when you go to conferences you might learn something. Because so often we're criticised that nothing comes out of conference attendance, and actually it's a perfect opportunity to learn and then be able to bring good outcomes back to council for your community. I'm disagreeing with this motion based on the argument that Councillor Morris is saying that the restriction effectively stifles debate and prevents council from considering the matters learned at a conference. And I don't believe that's true. I don't agree that the current code of meeting practice stifles debate or that it prevents council from debating substantive items learnt by attending conferences or, for that matter, any training opportunities. The current code actually works to ensure that councillors can't come back with their new information that they've just, been enlightened by and reactively push these items through council that may not in fact fit in with the operating plan that we've adopted or the budget, or that our staff are having to grapple with at any time, and importantly that other councillors have not also had the benefit of those new learnings if they hadn't attended that conference or networked with those people. So by having the code of meeting practice as it is, it gives space between the learning and the reaction, which there's some safety in that. I disagree that the current meeting code works against informed debate, as Councillor Morris has got here. The debate should be brought to the GM briefing and discussed by councillors rather than using a motion to ram in a new idea, or through council the debate or the new learnings could be brought into council through discussion by speaking with the GM and the senior management team, by discussing with councillors and actually developing that brief amongst your colleagues, rather than using a motion to ram in a new idea through council meetings without proper consultation, discussion or debate with all of the councillors. Such a change as is recommended here to the Code of Meeting Practice means that it can catch other councillors out that have not had the proper discussion, and often without that proper discussion or consultation with the appropriate management to understand the implications of this new learning. I don't support changing the code of meeting practice. It is not the code that stifles debate. In fact, to change the code of meeting practice could signal less opportunity for robust debate, as I fear the use of such a change actually thrusts ill-thought-through items through council meetings and creates less debate potentially. We have plenty of processes that can introduce new learnings into council's operations from attendance at training or conferences. We have a planning process that allows councillors to contribute to our annual operating plans, our 4-year delivery plans, and our longer-term plans. I completely reject that our current code of meeting procedure stifles debate on learnings gained from conference attendance and cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I just need to ask a question of the General Manager about the process, because we're talking about changing a code of meeting practice that we've just done.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the second part highlights what's legally required. It should be an exhibition for 28 days, but it's open for submission for 42 days. Given the time of year, we probably wouldn't put this out over Christmas. We'd start it probably in early January. It would then come back to the March council meeting. What you would normally do with it, given you've got a council election coming up in September, one of the things they do need to do is review the code of meeting practice. So this, in effect, would probably be in place for about 5 meetings. Based on my last couple of years here, we might have 1, maybe 2 delegate reports over that period of time. I'm hesitant to change codes of meeting practice item by item. I have no issues with this particular change. I think it actually helps give a little bit more meaning, but I'd prefer personally to see this as part of a suite of possible changes that would go out to the public after the new council is elected.
Do I have any other speakers? Councillor Hawthorne?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll speak in favour of the resolution. It seems to me pretty straightforward. As Councillor Morris explained, you come back, as the General Manager explained, you come back from a meeting, you've got information that you want to share, you put it on in a report, you have a recommendation, and it's put out with the general agenda for that meeting. So you've got 5 or 6 days to sit down and read it and become informed. And we do that with all of that. I tried to read the flood study and nearly blew my mind away when it got to 500 pages, and I didn't read it all, but I still decided that the experts knew what they were talking about, and I voted in favour of it. There are some things we have to leave to the experts, but if we come back from a conference and we've got great ideas, brilliant ideas that are going to improve the Kempsey Shire community, we should be able to put it up for debate. And we had an example today with the caravan park leases. We had a tremendous debate here, and we came up with a unanimous decision that was different from what was the recommendation was, but it was an informed debate by people giving us information and us becoming more informed about leases. The same thing here. You're going to, if there is something that is really important to you as a delegate and you come back and you want to share it with council, you're going to do what Councillor Morris said. You can't, if we don't change it, you will have to just note your report, and then you'll have to have a notice of motion. It's the same information in 2 places, and there's still a recommendation from you as a delegate to be debated. It's still information that has to be taken on board in the agenda, and you have to read that. So somehow reading notices of motion is easier than a report. No, it isn't. We should be able to adopt this as is, because it's a recommendation that you put up for your fellow councillors to decide on. You give them information. And I can't envisage what that would be in the instance, but take, for example, the Mayor report on waste that came out of the annual conference. That was a lot of information. It was reasonable, we read it, we adopted it. And that's how this should be. If there's something reasonable comes back, it shouldn't be blocked. And if you find something, as a councillor, that you don't have enough information on, talk against it, vote against it, and it will have to be not adopted. So as far as I'm concerned, this is saving time and money in that we get things done in an efficient and an informed way. So I ask you to support this motion.
Just quick.
Councillor Baxter.
Just very, very quickly, Chair. It's disappointing to see certain councillors totally ignore what they just heard from the General
Councillor
Manager.
Baxter.
So the recommendation by the General Manager was to not change the code of meeting practice on the run and to wait for next September. And I agree with Councillor McGinn. There's absolutely nothing wrong with leaving 4 weeks or a month between a delegates report and then we'll vote on a motion in the following month, the following meeting. It doesn't have to be the same meeting. If the delegate report is presented in March and then you bring a motion in April, it gives 4 weeks for people to read it, discuss it. That, to my mind, would be a benefit for informed debate.
I've got a question. General Manager, if we do go down this process, this item will come back to Council for discussion again after it's been out on public exhibition. Is that right?
Yeah, it'll come back in March. I'll be surprised if we get too many comments because it really only affects the 9 councillors in the room. So I'd be surprised if we get too many comments on it. It'll come back, for a recommendation, I imagine, to be included in the code of meeting practice.
Any more speakers for?
Just one quick question.
Yes.
If there were no comments made on the public consultation or the public exhibition, would it need to come back to Council for adoption, or so it still has to come back to Council to be adopted even if there are no comments made?
Okay. Any other speakers? Any more dissent?
Madam Mayor, I'd just quickly say that I don't support Councillor
Hang
Morris.
on, we've had a speaker against. We need a speaker for.
Can we put the motion then, Madam?
We need to write a reply.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to say then that since we've had the new code of meeting practice, we've had examples of 2 mayoral minutes from the Local Government New South Wales Conference that we debated and discussed and decided to go along with. And we had the delegates report after those 2 mayoral minutes. There is nothing at the moment to prevent anybody that attends a workshop or a conference from putting up a delegates report and a notice of motion at the same meeting. There is nothing to prevent them from putting up the notice of motion at a meeting and put the delegates report up at the following meeting. There's no time limit or timeline on any of these. I attended a workshop a while ago that I intend to put in a delegates report on. I was hoping to be able to include a substantive motion in it. Obviously I can't now, so we expect to get a delegates report and a notice of motion, and depending on what I think about the details, which I'm still mulling over in my own head, you might get 3 or 4 notices of motion instead of a list of recommendations within a delegates report. I believe this streamlines our process. It allows appropriate consideration of information learnt from workshops to be debated by Council. It is not ramming it through. It is giving the councillors the opportunity to look at it. It comes out in the agenda at the same time as we get the other staff reports. You've got the same amount of time to research and debate and consider a notice of motion as you do on a staff report. Most of the staff reports are a lot more complicated and technical and complex. I request my councillors to see logic and streamline the process, or obviously we just want more reports to be presented from councillors.
That closes debate. I put the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation? All against the recommendation? The recommendation's been carried. Oh, sorry. The recommendation has been lost. Sorry. I need a break.
got one notice of motion still there. Hey, Robert, come. Yeah. Oh, you're copied anyway, yeah.
Oh, I hope I don't smell. You can't start without me when I'm not ready. Okay, thank you, councillors. We're all back and we'll resume the meeting at item 10.4, planning for the bushfire protection. There is a recommendation. Councillor Hall?
Madam Mayor, before I move it, may I ask some questions about it, please? Is that possible?
That's possible. Oh,
Because I may defer or I may withdraw it, depending on the answers, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask the General Manager. His General Manager's comment says he recommended to the notice of motion be withdrawn as the items had already been actioned. He then referred me to two links on the council website. The actual motion reads, the council should disseminate the planning for bushfire protection. When I wrote disseminate, Mr. General Manager, I expected that to be handed to those people who lost their houses because they wouldn't have the internet. So you're saying that the motion was actioned already when I was asking for it to be handed out?
What I'm saying, Councillor Horville, is that there's not only the two links provided, but for all those who've actually lost their homes, we've already got in place where they are making contact with our planning staff, and the planning staff are providing that information directly to them.
Thank you. The publishing of my email, is that somehow punitive on me, in your opinion, because I didn't reply to you?
Certainly not. It's actually to inform the councillors that we did actually go through this, and in my view, the notice of motion could have actually been withdrawn.
And on your advice, Mr. General Manager, do I have to withdraw a notice of motion because you say you don't think it's needed?
No, you certainly don't. Councillor Horville, it's your prerogative, and that's why it's still in the business paper, because you've placed it in there. I don't have the authority to actually just pull it simply because you choose not to withdraw it. What I did, though, was to inform the councillors and the community that that information is already disseminated. What you are proposing is already in place.
So in the council communication policy, Mr. General Manager, it says in response times, councils will receive a response via email within 10 working days of their submission, where a response is made directly to staff. So is there anywhere in that communication document that I have to reply to an email from a council staff member, including yourself?
Councillor Hall, I'm not real sure what the point of the line of the questioning is, but no, you don't have to do that. That doesn't prohibit me from then putting the email I have in there to inform council and the community of the actions that have already been taken by council.
Okay, so...
Thank you.
I haven't finished, Madam Mayor. Couple of final questions. I have here 3 emails that I have sent to you.
Councillor, this is about, the questions need to relate to the motion. Thank you. The recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I feel upset.
Councillor, if that is what it is, that is outside of council, and you will take that up at another time. At this point in time, you will stick to the recommendation. The recommendation is that Kempsey Shire Council should disseminate the planning of bushfire protection.
Yes, so my final question, Madam Mayor, seeing that you want me to stop talking. I supplied an attachment, Mr. General Manager. Where is it?
If it's not there, that was an oversight. It's actually, I can comment though, that it's actually also out of date, and that's why we provided the links, because the links are the most up-to-date information, because it's provided directly from the RFS website.
Can I have a seconder to the recommendation, please?
Madam Mayor, I'm withdrawing it and deferring it to the February council meeting with the attachment, and as the General Manager has just informed me, there's a more up-to-date one.
Councillor McGinn?
I'd like to move a foreshadowed motion, please.
Thank you.
I think it'll be foreshadowed.
You can't foreshadow a motion if there's no motion before council.
There is business before council.
I haven't put business before council, Madam Mayor.
It's
I've
in the
just-
business paper, councillor. It's business before
I have
council.
withdrawn it, as is my right.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what the Code of Meeting Practice says is if a councillor has submitted a notice of motion under clause 3.10, wishes to withdraw it after the general business paper of the meeting at which it is to be considered have been sent to councillors, the councillor may request the withdrawal of the motion when it is before council. So Councillor Horville can request the withdrawal of the motion.
Can the other councillor add a foreshadowed motion?
Yeah, so my understanding is it says may request the withdrawal of the motion when it is before council, so I believe it needs to be voted on.
So we need to decide whether we withdraw it or not. Councillors can choose to keep the motion and then have the foreshadowed motion.
In that case, can I foreshadow the motion so everybody knows what my foreshadowed motion
Okay,
is?
yes. So councillors need to vote whether they want to withdraw this motion or not. All in favour of withdrawing the motion?
Then can I still do a foreshadow?
No. No, you can't. The only way you can do your foreshadowed motion is if we keep this motion here.
I've withdrawn it, Madam Mayor, and the majority have voted that I be allowed
Oh,
to.
well,
Hang on a
do it
moment.
again. Now that I understand it, I'll vote for it so that I can move it foreshadowed.
If Councillor McGinn, if you want to hear the foreshadowed motion or you want to accept the foreshadowed motion, you would need to vote to keep the motion. Do you understand that, councillors?
Yeah, to not withdraw the motion then, so we can debate.
Otherwise, it will be brought back to council at some other time, I imagine. You all looking blank. Do you understand? Okay. So we need to vote on whether we withdraw this motion or not. All in favour of withdrawing the motion? All against withdrawing the motion? The motion stands. Your foreshadowed motion.
I'd like to foreshadow. I'm sorry, I haven't got it for you, but I'll speak slowly. Council notes the General Manager's advice that Council does have details for building in a bushfire area and that development information is available on Council's website and through Customer First. This information is also included and highlighted in information for any development application that is situated post the bushfire zone, in a bushfire zone, or that is bushfire affected. So would you like me to hand that to you or say it again? Council notes that the General Manager's advice that Council does have details for building in a bushfire area. And that development information is available on Council's website and through Customer First. Got that? Yep. This information is also included and highlighted in information for any development application that is situated in a bushfire zone.
Okay. Madam Mayor, am I allowed to make a comment on that?
You can speak for it when it's your turn, because we need a seconder for the... Thank you.
So that's foreshadowed, so now do we debate the motion? Is that because we haven't removed the motion?
We had it seconded.
Someone still has to
It has become the motion, has it? Oh, okay.
No, someone has to move and second Councillor Horville's notice of motion.
So we've got a foreshadowed motion because we decided to keep it on the books.
Yeah.
So Councillor Horville has got a motion there. Do we have a seconder for that motion? The motion's lapsed.
Oh, I see.
The motion's lapsed.
Thank you,
so
Madam
when
Mayor.
yours becomes the motion. Okay, so we have a motion. Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Do I have any dissent against the motion? Councillor McGinn, do you wish to speak to your motion? We do have one dissent against the motion.
Only to say, Madam Mayor, this is another one of those sort of motions that we have been having a bit lately, and notice as a motion that's business as usual. This is what we're doing now, so it seems to me rather an extraordinary thing that I'm having to even move such a motion foreshadowed. But in light of the somewhat unusually worded notice of motion that we've started with, I felt that it was necessary to put this foreshadowed motion forward, which has now become the motion, because I did believe that it was very ill-timed, the former motion. So really this is just a vote by supporting this for the work that we are already doing, and thanking Council for being on the front foot in assisting and helping those that sadly have lost their homes and will require some advice.
Councillor Horville, speaking against?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Surprise, I'm speaking against Councillor McGinn's motion. Obviously, it's okay for people to publish what I write as somehow strange wording, yet I put this up because I wanted the community of Kempsey Shire to know that we are being proactive in looking after the victims of 63 homes and families that have been destroyed by fire. And by not supporting this and supporting Councillor McGinn, you're actually saying that, well, we want you to go on the internet. And it doesn't matter if your house is burned down and you don't have the internet, you can find out the information yourself. My motion was to go out and hand to each family in their caravan or wherever they're living in a tent or under the lean-to, the document that informs them what they can do to make their life better and make their life safer in bushfires. This is not doing that. It's saying it's already there. It's out there. You don't have to worry. It's on the internet. Girls and boys, it's on the internet. You don't have to worry. Well, some people don't have the internet. Some people aren't able to access the internet and never have. And they've lost their house and they don't know that all this information about making their house safe is out there. My original motion, which I have withdrawn because, or I tried to withdraw, there was no supplied attachment that was sent in on the 4th of December. So, mistake, error, fine, that's the answer. But as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't proceed with this without everyone, and it's not just us sitting in this room, it's the people out there who are watching this on YouTube, the people who read the agenda, who could have seen this document. It's not available to them there. They'll have to go searching through the labyrinth of the council website. It's not a document you just go click on when you get to the website. You've got to click on 3 or 4 steps to find it. So I was going to put it out there that it was disseminated and it would have been on the website, and the first page, you click on it, you would have got it. But no, we're not going to have that. We're applauding the staff for having a couple of connections on the website, and that's fine. But as far as I'm concerned, we had to be proactive, and we haven't been proactive. We've actually said, oh, you go and get on the internet. As far as I'm concerned, we are punishing our own community, and you are not helping publicise the support Council has by supporting this motion from Councillor McGinn. You are supporting kind of keeping the information back. And I find it quite offensive that...
Point of order, Madam
That's
Mayor.
actually
I
not
actually
correct.
think that is highly offensive to the staff that have worked very, very hard.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just about to pull the Councillor up, but there is a point of order. I'll take your point of order. Please, Councillor, just stick to the recommendation. And the recommendation, the motion.
Yes.
Your comments need to just address the motion.
Yes, I am adjusting the motion, Madam Mayor.
I'm
saying
sorry.
that not enough information is available to people without the internet.
Madam Mayor, can I
It's a
please
very
ask a
simple point.
question? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I've finished my
So,
speech.
Through you to the General Manager, in the unfortunate circumstances if someone were to lose their house, is it correct that they need a DA to then, for the removal of the remains, obviously there are no fees to be paid, and wouldn't they then be talking to planning staff, and wouldn't that be where you disseminate the information?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. I personally take great offence to what Councillor Horville just said as well. The council staff, since day one, have been out there proactively, very, very proactively, communicating with our community, supporting our community, doing absolutely everything they can, working 12, 14, 16 hours a day to ensure the people in the community have the information that's required. We do not require them to go to the internet. We've had staffing the evacuation centre and then the assistance points since day one, providing a huge amount of information. Our planning staff, within a matter of about 2 or 3 days, already had a system in place where anyone who had lost their home were able to fill in a one-page form for the demolition. It also allowed us to then have our inspectors for our septic tanks, because all of them are on septic tanks in this situation, to go out and not only check that the septic tanks are okay, but to also have a look at the damaged and dangerous trees within a 30-metre radius of their site and give approval to have those removed. There's also a concierge process set up so that these staff can actually work one-on-one with anyone that actually needs a house DA actually developed and put through. The staff at the assistance points have provided all that information and more. They direct them to all the appropriate places. They have gone over and above, and we've received so many comments from the community about how they have seen council proactively leading this emergency situation. To come in here and say all we're doing is hiding things on the website is absolutely offensive. And I absolutely my staff and what they have actually done in supporting this community. No thanks to you, Councillor Horville.
Madam Mayor, can I make a comment, please?
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, may I apologise?
Yes, you can apologise.
I would like to apologise, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
No.
Mr.
No,
General Manager,
okay,
I
no.
apologise to you and any staff who feel offended by what I said.
No, Councillor, that's enough.
Madam Mayor, I've been in the building trade my whole life, and I've had discussions with management about things like this. Is that while I am devastated about the loss of lives and houses in our community, one of the things that has contributed, unfortunately, to those houses being lost is that there is a lot of houses in our community that have not got a DA, have not had a DA and have been built. To build a house in our day and age, there is a BAL rating. The BAL rating is put on buildings through the through the council, through other agencies. So a BAL rating is about fire rating. You have a low, you have a BAL 12.5, you have a BAL 29, and you have a BAL 40. Each one of those has different regulations for your build. Now, if there's anyone out there that has to rebuild their house, they will have to build under the ratings that our council, our government, our building code has built into it to protect these houses. So there is really no way that people can be building a house in a BAL 40 situation that is going to be a house that has standard fly screen mesh and no covers on the windows and no toughened glass. There is no way that that's going to happen. So we do have the mechanisms, and council has the mechanisms in place already that does this. We now have the ability to get those houses on the books, the inspections, so we will have a safer community if this ever happens again. Thank you.
Okay, we have a notice, we have a recommendation in front of us. We have had a speaker, we have it for, and we have had a speaker against.
Madam Mayor, I'm told that it's customer service centre, not customer first. Is that correct, or should it be corrected, please? My apologies.
It used to be customer first at one stage, probably when you're first on council. I'm going to put the recommendation if there's no more debate. All in favour of the recommendation? All against? It's been carried. Thank you, councillors. No, questions on notice. Come on, councillor. Councillor Baxter. Councillor McGinn. Councillor Williams. Councillor Horval.
Just for the public record, I'll answer that now, but I'll go on the other one. No, it hasn't. It's actually been built to tie in with the heritage that was actually there with the previous bridge, and the alignment's actually to try and keep that alignment so it could not meet the disability standard.
Your question.
At the same time, the council-designed bridge provides a jumping diving platform of over half a metre width by at least 5 metres
I repeat,
long.
the question is?
Outside the ocean guardrail at the top of the bridge over the water channel. Is council legally liable for any injuries to people using the provided jumping diving platform? It's a very legal question, Madam Mayor.
And I can answer that again. I'll answer that now just for the sake of
Yes,
the
that
public
would be
record,
really
so this
good.
doesn't go out and people start asking questions about it. The signs are legal. After we closed the bridge on the 3rd of January last year, we actually contacted the insurance company immediately to notify them and to talk about the new design. They made it very clear we had to put up the signs to prohibit jumping. The reality is people will still jump no matter what you do. One of the issues with the old bridge was that the people would get out and they would get on the pipe and jump up and down on the pipe, and that's actually what ended up breaking on one of the supports. It's a very, very high risk if people get onto that pipe and jump up and down, given it's actually the reticulated sewer, the treated effluent going back across the river. So to protect the pipe, we've actually put a platform to protect the pipe over that. The fact that people are jumping there, whether that platform's there or the pipe's there, they're going to be jumping anyway, and the signs are there in line with what the insurance require us to do. No, we should not be liable because we've actually checked it, and the pipe, the platform is there to protect the actual pipe, because there's a higher risk if they're treading on those pipes, and particularly that newer one, that is very, very slippery, and you're going to end up with more injuries that way. It's actually there designed to protect the pipe.
So, my next question, Madam Mayor. When will the new Hathead boat launching car park have line marking and signage undertaken? Next question. What progress is being made on the Kempsey Shire Council Airport Master Plan? What other names were considered in the naming of the Country University's Centre, Macleay Valley? And finally, will the Kempsey Regional Sale Yards business plan being prepared include information from an independent expert on animal welfare who has assessed the recent information of animal deaths and injuries at the sale yards?
Councillor Shields. Councillor Morris.
Could I just ask that consideration be given to at least getting the sign posting done before Christmas, if at all possible? The reason for that is when I was out there on Sunday, all the car parking spots that are obviously for cars and trailers were filled with cars only. And if we continue to allow...
We just need the question.
I'm just asking, I'm not asking it as a question, I'm asking it for a response for now.
Yep.
We need to at least try to get the signage there so that we don't have that action generated and perpetrated in the community.
I think Mr Fisher's emailing that right now.
I'm more concerned about the signposting than the line marking. Both are important, but the signposting is more so. Question. Did Council consider the installation of photovoltaic cells at the Civic Centre when the Civic Centre roof was replaced? When will the stumps of the red cedar trees that were cut down recently be removed and the expanded tree planting areas be developed and new trees planted? Can the tree planting plots to the north of the trees removed be topped up and damaged trees replaced? Because there's quite a few that have been cut off, they've just suck it off. There's quite a few that have sunk considerably. The plots have sunk quite considerably. And what are the details of the playground renewal that an everyone can play grant has been lodged for at Hat Head? Because the answer to the last meeting was that...
Councillor Patterson, is that the final one? Councillor Patterson.
I just have two. Can Council remove the white Toyota Corolla from out front of Green Hill on River Street that has been vandalised and is unregistered, as it will be burnt? Question two is, can we have a report on the success of the Kempsey Majestic Cinema in numbers of viewings and jobs created? Thank you.
Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, an oldie but a goodie. It's about the rabbits in Freddo again. They're back.
We'll leave 2019 on the rabbits question.
When will baits be laid to combat the increasing number of rabbits in Cyrus Hall Circuit? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move on to confidential matters. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Patterson. We'll move into confidential. I don't believe we need to clear the gallery as they all left long ago. We'll close the door and we will turn off the And that concludes the final meeting of Kempsey Shire Council for 2019. I think that I'm going to say something.